In the 10 plus years that I've been creating content, this was probably one of the more difficult monologues for me to write, and not for the reasons that you might think. I mean, there's a lot of fans, there's creators that are sort of sharing their raw emotional response to the end of an era with Destiny 2 and Bungie. But the reason that I'm struggling to write this is because at a pretty deep and sort of a resolved level, I just don't care. And I'm not saying that in like a flippant or like an unkind way. It's just that I don't really care about the game or the company the way that I once did, at least not in sort of a personal way. I'm interested from a professional perspective and the future of live service games and whether or not, Bungie and their IP survives this. But when the news of Destiny 2's future and then the follow-up that there'll be significant layoffs, like when that landed, my family and we were headed to the beach, and I kind of spent the drive out there because I wasn't having to drive. I was just sort of a passenger. I spent the drive out there and just some time sort of sitting on the beach, just sort of reflecting on my history with Destiny and Bungie and, as a game and a company. And I just kind of kept coming back to the same conclusion. I just didn't really feel anything. And I warned in 2020 and in 2021 that the leadership was the problem, and that running the company in the way that they were, with dishonesty, toxicity, targeting, protecting and covering up misconduct, that it would come to a head eventually. From the lies that the company publicly told about me, to the cover-up pup piece that IGN did for Pete Parsons, to the quiet ousting of Christopher Barrett, who is an actual predator proven by evidence and court documents, to the overconfidence of Parsons with all their incubation projects that drove the company into the red, to the hubris behind the Marathon Showcase and the minimum viable product alpha that they thought was ready for consumption, and then the art theft. Well, I think it's just all coming home to roost. And yes, there is a part of me that feels a sense of justice. Seeing a hubristic, toxic, and dishonest company get what's coming to it feels like some of the scales are being rebalanced. But I also know that the vast majority of the employees at Bungie, the players, a lot of the content creators, they're just normal everyday folks. They're sort of making their way in the world, working at Bungie, or playing Destiny or Marathon. So there's another part of me that starts to feel kind of sad for all of those people. And I think the internal conflict that I'm sort of dealing with is why I just sort of feel numb to the whole thing. Yeah, Destiny as a game provided me the perfect place to chart a course for content creation, which I started doing about 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. But the company and the content creators are also responsible for significant damage to me and my career and my family's financial future. I've spent the last 6 years having to kind of figure out a path forward, psychologically through therapy, spiritually through my faith, personally through deeper real-life relationships, and then professionally as content creation just continues to evolve as a space where what I do in the live environment, it's having, I think, a hard time finding its place. I think because of that journey that I've had to do over the last 6 years, I kind of had to put Destiny and Bungie into a category. One where, yes, I have nostalgia for the game and the experiences, but ultimately they're just another game and just another company to me now. And the creators are just distant strangers. They're their faces and their names that I recognize, but I don't really feel anything for them. I don't feel ill will or animosity. I'm not holding grudges, but I also don't really feel anything good either. However, this is pretty big news. Seeing a long-standing live service game announce that they will no longer be adding content is significant, especially when, yes, I said this is what I expected. I've said very many times that I speak fluent Bungie, and I could tell from the phrasing that June was basically the end or the beginning of the end. I kept saying that it's going to be the last hurrah. But the story got more complicated when Jason Schreier from Bloomberg reported that significant layoffs were coming. Now, this was also something that sadly I said would be coming down the road. The company is simply too large to justify operational costs, with its two main projects generating less and less revenue and less player activity. So what does this mean for the future of Bungie? What does it mean for the future of Destiny as an IP or Marathon? Well, as it stands right now, all we know is that Destiny 3 is not in active development. They are currently in the pitching process, and according to Bloomberg, this includes projects within the Destiny franchise. But currently, nothing has been greenlit. But there's also something that Bloomberg stated. They said that, quote, Bungie is investing more in the extraction shooter Marathon, which has not met sales expectations since its March release, but which the company hopes will expand its player base over time. The studio has moved some staff from the Destiny team to the Marathon team in recent months. So, what do I think will happen? Well, for starters, I would imagine they likely spin off a team specifically for Marathon. They could slowly build the foundation with PvE content and maybe even consider going free to play at some point. That's been a pretty big debate point within the game's community, but it's clear they're already considering that PvE will be necessary with some of the experimental things they'll be doing next season. I don't know, though, if PlayStation will want to kill Marathon, given the optics on killing another live service game. So do they keep it under the Bungie banner, or do they spin up a new studio? That's actually kind of hard to say. Given what they did with Gummy Bear and the LFG studio, well, they may pull a similar trigger here. But that also leaves an even bigger burning question. What happens to everybody after that? After the layoffs happen, what's everybody else going to work on? Now, there are estimates that I was able to find that around the time that Bungie shipped Destiny 1 in 2014, they had roughly 500 to 600 employees. Now, with a team that size, they were able to ship a busted up, chopped up, patched together Destiny 1, and then they subsequently saved the game and the franchise 1 year later with the Taken King DLC. So, it stands to reason that they could shrink down. They could build a Destiny 3 from the ground up, do it in a new engine that's more agile for faster dev work and updates that is necessary for a live service game, and they could ship it in 4 to 5 years. But that's something that Sony will have to believe in, and ultimately that's something that Sony's going to have to want to pay for, which currently there is a petition with over like 130,000 signatures for Bungie to build the Destiny 3, but we know that Sony still wants live service games as well. They could want a new IP. They could want smaller incubation projects to kind of make a go at it. I still believe given the proper amount of time and silence and development, a Destiny 3 could be very successful. They know all the ins and outs of a good and a bad launch. They know the ins and outs of proper delivery cadence and player activity. But all roads lead back to PlayStation, which they will have to feel, I think, like I would imagine they feel this way by now, that they kind of bought a bill of goods. $3.6 billion, with $1.2 billion of that for employee retention. That landed the company valuation at roughly $2.5 billion, but that's been lowered by about $800 million. That's a lot of numbers to say that basically the company's had its value lowered by 1/3. They've already absorbed 250 to 300 employees into SIE from the first round of layoffs that Pete Parsons took responsibility for. Then they spun up a new studio, LFG, for the Gummy Bear project. Even after shouldering and spreading those operational costs out within SIE's budget, Bungie's just continued to flounder. Even as I write this, I kept coming back to the same feeling. I just don't really care like I used to. You know, go ahead, build Destiny 3 or don't. Invest and grow Marathon or don't. Slowly fade or be dissolved into a support studio that nobody really notices. It just doesn't really matter to me. Now, that doesn't take away or diminish how many of you feel. I get it. You're losing a third space. You're losing that place that you kind of hung out with people and made memories, but I already went through that. I had Destiny ripped from me 5 years ago. Thousands of hours and memories and investment just taken with zero explanation and zero just cause. It was like the same Bungie retaliation that took my Twitch channel in 2020. Every time it started to become clear Bungie had done wrong, they would retaliate with lies and backroom business favors or an unjust ban. Some of their favorite content creators and conference runners are very familiar with this strategy. You silence victims with favors and money, which even the IGN puff piece made that clear had already been happening at Bungie. So it's clear that Bungie and the old uniforms, they don't want their misdeeds exposed. It's why they used IGN to cover up their own misconduct that eventually came out with the ousting of Chris Barrett. That's the playbook. But time is running out, because it's very likely that more will come out from Barrett's trial if it even gets to discovery, which I'm hoping that it will. It's likely this is why Pete Parsons got out while the getting was good. And I think that's the lesson here. Time and truth are undefeated. If you run your business or your career like this, it will eventually all come crashing down. And the saddest part is, it just hurts a lot of people in the process. completely innocent creators, players, and employees are once again dealing with the fallout of corrupt and dishonest leadership. So, sure, we can celebrate the memories, right? You can post pictures. You can make this a positive thing for the fans. But don't lose sight of the bigger picture here. Gross mismanagement, covering up misconduct, and lies are all part of the road that led to this moment. And I don't celebrate that it's finally happening. I kept telling people that this day would come, that there was a reckoning for this company and the way it was being run. I definitely said that this is where we would arrive at some point in time, which begs the question, is this justice? Is this karma? Well, you can call it whatever you like. I prefer to call it a warning. It's a cautionary tale. You cannot outrun the truth. And people are going to reply and say, well, you're making this about you. Well, isn't everyone? We've all had a different journey with Destiny. We've all had a different journey with Bungie as a company. Mine just happens to be in very close proximity to the worst parts of the company and the community. And unlike those who told lies and covered up real misconduct, I can actually talk about what happened with a clear conscience and say with full transparency and honesty that I've moved on. I've forgiven all parties involved. Now, they can continue to act like nothing was done, or they can refuse to admit the wrongs that they did, but that's just something they have to live with. All will be revealed in time, and I think we're seeing that happening with Bungie right now. I truly believe that. The last 6 years since 2020 have proven that time and time again. This is just one more domino in a long line of them that will fall in due time. So like I said, you can call it justice, you can call it karma, you can call it whatever you like. This downfall is a warning, and I suggest that everybody heed it. But those are just my thoughts, and now it's time to hear your thoughts. I know everybody's really conflicted about this. There's not a way for me to talk about my journey with Destiny and Bungie and not sort of like be like, listen, yeah, this is kind of something that I expected to happen. I had been warning for a long time that the company was going to get its comeuppance, and the saddest part is if it affects people that probably had nothing to do with any of the nastiness or the toxicity. So I'm back. Yeah, this happened while I was gone. I was out of town, and it was sort of serendipitous. Like, we were literally getting into the car and heading to the beach, and I was able just to kind of take time just to kind of reflect and be like, why don't I really feel anything? Why I'm not? I was like, it was like not landing on me at all. I was like, I'm not really feeling much about this, and I think it's because I've already gone through this. I've already gone through like the grief of having, the loss of a game and a place and a community where, I could kind of hang out and have something that felt familiar and safe and, and feel supported. But I've got people to thank. I'm happy to hear all of your various reactions and stories to this. I don't know who shot first, so we're just going to go with it's Chill Will with 16 months. Han shot first, and so do you. Thank you for renewing for 16 months. He says, congrats on 60K, Lono. I'm not too far off. Just hit 100 over the weekend. No big deal. Keep up the good work. I saw some clips, Chill Will. Keep up the good work, brother. Cardoc Ren was 64 months and a VIP. Double dipping today. Thank you, Cardoc. A $2 super chat from Mike on a Mike says, what an intro. A $5 super chat from Neo Reaper. The fact that most of the staff don't know about Destiny 2 ending until the TWAB was scummy AF. That's how they run the company. That's the leadership. Chris Carrier with 56 months on a member plus. Wild times, but the writing has been on the wall. Thank you, Chris. Let me add that to the total. And then we have some renewals here. We've got a gifted from Alex over there on Twitch. Thank you very much. And then Cardoc does his double dip. He hits 57 months over there. Tiger Attack Cat, thank you so much for 13 months. Donkey Sausage with 39 months. And then we've got Ganks resubscribing for 37 months as well over there. Such a disappointing week, man. I can't believe after all this time we still haven't gotten GTA 6 Trailer 3. And then C Squared says, another one. Thank you for 37 months, C Squared. And then D Dizzle hits 55 months over there on YouTube, and we're already at 10 members for the week. Let's have a big bounce back week, boys. I took a week off, and we know what that means. That is painful. So thank you for everybody for your continued support of what I do. I'm only able to do this because of direct support. Thank you, Melissa, for renewing your membership as well. Legend says, even the CMs who couldn't be muzzled put out the same corporate BS statement. Sony's definitely taken over. Legend comes in with 48 months as well. Yeah, I agree with you. I would imagine if I was Sony, I would gut the entire community management team. I'd walk them all out the door and get new people in place. I don't think they're fit for the job. Any one of them. It's too personal for them. They have vendettas. They targeted people. They had a Discord that they used, to like blacklist creators and stuff. Like they need to gut that entire team. J. Chris with 48 months in the VIP, just happy you don't have to stress at all after the announcement. Thank you very, very much. And then Grubby with 27 months in a VIP. And then TRM with 50 months. Thank you so much. Glad to have you back. Well, I'm glad to be back. We're exactly 10 members away from the first milestone. Grubby's over here double dipping, and we appreciate it so much. 13 months over there on Purple. Yeah, I already went through this. Some people are calling for Xbox to buy the Destiny IP. That doesn't make an ounce of sense. Props on the pronunciation. The E at the end throws everyone off. Oh, well, yeah. That's I have a lot of friends with unique last names, so I think I get used to just ignoring letters. Yo, Petrov coming in with 60 months. Congrats on 60K. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Petrov. So, yeah, just wondering and hoping to believe that Sony is just doing a stunt to see how much interest of players. Well, here's the thing. Menacing Mommy, welcome back. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. Here's the thing you guys have to understand about what's going on. There's nothing to plan or announce until they gut the leadership, which I think is number one. Priority one is get the leadership out of there. They're not fit for the job. They've run this company into this direction. I've said for 6 years, if you run your company like this, there will be a reckoning, and we are watching it happen in real time. So leadership's got to go. I think the community team's got to go. I think you keep the talent. You keep the art department, the engineers, the world builders, the weapon builders, the people responsible for dungeons and raids. You got to walk everybody else out the door. Duff with $5 super chat. I thought you were exaggerating when you were saying to cancel Marathon. Fast forward today, I would do anything for that to be the outcome. If there's one thing I became accustomed to in my coverage of Bungie was just be patient. I would just be patient. Whenever I would say like a nerf needed to happen or a change needed to happen or, whatever the case may be. Thank you, Mike on a mic, for a gifted member. I appreciate that so much, getting us to 19 on the week. I would always just wait. Because, I believe very strongly in, a lot of my convictions about the game and things that were going to happen. And I've generally taken that posture with everything. With the truth coming out about the people who've done wrong, I've just trusted that will come out on its own eventually, as they always do. I've expected this sort of thing to take place. With the situation with Marathon, my early coverage of Marathon, a lot of people said, I was just being, toxic or hating. A lot of people have tried to say that like my coverage of Bungie is like vengeful. And I'm like, I feel like I've been more than fair and more than charitable to the company. I defended them when the initial purchase happened. I've even defended them recently and say, I still think they bring a lot to the table. There's a hype train on Twitch. I didn't even see that. I still feel like they bring a lot to the table, and I still feel like they could be very informative on live service with respect to, cadence of content and necessary bandwidth to build and sustain that content and player behavior and player incentivization. They know all those things. Like, I feel like I've been very fair, and I've not been, vengeful about this. It's difficult not to say, listen, the way they ran this company, I got up close and personal to what I would consider to be very unprofessional, targeting. And the minute it became clear they were involved, they took action and retaliation both times. There's no way for me to not mention those things. It's like, listen, I said for 6 years, if this is the way you're going to run your company, if you think this sort of behavior is acceptable publicly, as well as privately, this runs down to the core. This runs down to the bone marrow. You're willing to call in a favor and have Twitch ban me. You're willing to ban me from Destiny 2 without cause. That's like surface level corruption. That if that's something that can happen at the company, then it goes down to the bone marrow of the culture and the DNA. And I consistently watch people leave the company, and they still had that hubristic self-righteousness, we can do no wrong moral high ground swagger. And it was like, that stems from a culture, that stems from a DNA that I think will come to a head. And I think we saw it beginning last year. It was like just this arrogance to think that you can do a showcase with an alpha and that, well, we're Bungie after all. Everybody's going to love our game. Yeah, like a bully culture, right. Even the IGN puff piece made it clear that was the retaliation culture was still well in place at the company. Winged Wheel was 17 months. Thank you so much. 17 months, welcome back. And then Dynamite Black with 34 months on Member Plus. Welcome back, boys. You can go read the IGN article. It's written by Rebecca Valentine. I think it's absolute garbage. It's a total puff piece. She lets Pete Parsons come in and like basically make it seem like they're the hero when all they were doing was covering up misconduct. They had silenced victims with NDAs and money, and they had let the bad folks walk out and be celebrated, right? At the time they wrote that, Barrett was still at the company. And if you go and read that article, there were people that were still hesitant to share information with her because there was still fear of retaliation. So even in the puff piece, there's a giant self-report that was still at the company. That was still going on, that people were afraid to come forward with their stories, which is just drenched in hypocrisy and irony. Behemoth with a 5-bomb gets us the first milestone of the week. Thank you so much, Behemoth. And a $5 super chat from 6. Bungie deserves every L. D2 should have ended with the final shape, then start work on D3. Marathon wouldn't be hated as much if they had been more honest. Didn't she leave IGN recently? I don't know. Her puff piece for Bungie and her piece about Black Myth Wukong are two of the worst things I think I've ever read in all my coverage of gaming. They're garbage. They're poorly researched, they're slanted, they're biased, they're horrible. They created complete false narratives, and we saw how false that article was about Bungie when Barrett gets exposed, and now Barrett's basically saying there's way worse things that have happened at the company, which is why he's suing. Good morning, Feed. I see over there in the chat. I hope his case goes to trial. I want discovery. I want everything that has happened at that company to be exposed and drug into the light, because I guarantee you there are still people that have been very, very egregiously hurt by that company's leadership and the things that have gone on over the years, and it needs to be exposed. I remember you said that you stayed in the orbit menu a lot in your coverage of D1 and D2, and I remember doing drive-bys during your SNTR days. Is your news coverage today like how you're covering a talk show? Yeah, it's just that's exactly what it was. Yeah, Sean. Back then, I would play the content so I could talk about it. We'd run raids, we'd do all the things, and then I would just go through some like ritualistic daily stuff, like bounties, strikes, things like that. Nitro Fusion, welcome back. Let me add you to the total. But then I would just sit in orbit and just talk about the game and run Q&A. Why are so many people trying to blame it on Sony now? Listen. I wasn't sure what POV I wanted to go with this morning. Do I want to go with, like, who's to blame? I just went with it's the point of no return. Like, Bungie will never go back to where they once were. They're going to be completely restructured. Now, can they achieve greatness again? Can they make great games again? Sure. 13 months from Collide. Thank you so much. And I do owe YouTube a member. Let me pay up that one there. And Neo Reaper with a VIP plus renewal, thank you. And a $5 super chat from Mike and a Mike says, shout out to all my fellow vets and active duty folks today. That is correct. If you guys are not aware, it always comes around my anniversary with Madam. 19 years this year, but it is Memorial Day. So to all of our inactive or active servicemen and women, man, thank you for your service. We would not be enjoying the days we enjoy right now if it weren't for folks like you. So genuinely appreciative of vets, and I wish our country treated y'all a whole lot better. It's just a tragedy, but hopefully, there can be improvements in a lot of those areas. Neo Reaper, thank you again for the VIP Plus, and then Bobby with the Prime. I appreciate that as well. We're exactly 20 away from the next milestone where I owe you guys a member. I forget what I was saying. Oh, shoot. I forget what I was saying. Something about, remember the guy clipping his toenails on the desk? DK Bager gifts a member and does a VIP renewal. Thank you so much, DK Bager. Glad to see you're back. Thank you very, very much. What were we talking about just a second ago? Oh, who's to blame? Who's to blame? Even Paul dunked on Sony in his grief. There's no way you can blame Sony at this point. Listen. Anybody blaming Sony is just coping. Pete Parsons had to walk out and say, I've run the company into the red with too many incubation projects. It hurts Destiny 2. And they had to lay people off. Sony absorbed like 250, between 250 and 300 people were absorbed into SIE so that they didn't lose their jobs. So blaming Sony is ridiculous. Like, Bungie has been mismanaged. Like, the default thought that you should protect Bungie at this point in time, it's their fault. No nuance, no qualms, no qualifications. It's Bungie's fault. Sony literally, like, rescued close to 300 or more people from losing their jobs because of the mismanagement. A Duck on Quack with 17 months. Thank you so much. And 5 gifted from Terminal Stupidity. Thank you so much. And Noberto with 19 months over there on Purple. I mean, listen. Paul Tassi and I have had our past, but he needs to go reread some of his own reporting. Isn't he the one that reported that he heard from Bungie employees that if it weren't for Sony, that, like, Bungie was headed to financial ruin? I'm fairly certain that was his reporting, was it not? I don't understand how you can report on that company all these years and come to any inkling of a conclusion that this has anything to do with Sony. Like, if you're angry that, like, Sony won't just immediately greenlight Destiny 3, like, that could have something to do with the fact that the company needs to be restructured. I only blame Sony in the face that I think they should have stepped in sooner. I don't think contractually they could step in sooner because according to the agreement, Bungie was going to continue operating independently. Like, I don't think there was some scenario where, like, oh man, Sony should have stepped in and done something. I don't think that they could. Now, I think there were thresholds and there was, like, you know, maybe potentially like revenue targets and things like that, that if certain thresholds weren't met, then they could step in. Then Sony could step in. I don't think Sony at any point in time during this entire debacle could have just walked in and been like, we're in charge now. I don't think that's the case. I'm fairly certain that it was Paul Tassi at Forbes who reported that if it weren't for Sony, Bungie was headed for financial trouble. And Microsoft is even on record as saying they burned through cash too quickly. They're big spenders. Like, basically, Microsoft didn't want anything to do with them. You remember when it got leaked that they were, like, looking for a buyer, and they got really cantankerous about that, and they got real snippy on Twitter. You know, that's what they do. That's their stomping grounds. But it was true. They were shopping for a buyer. So the idea that this is not Bungie's fault, that you can lay blame at anybody else's feet, I think is ridiculous. I'm telling you, that Bungie hubris just, like, seeps into the wood of the floor, and, like, it's just there. Everybody is like, just, well, it's certainly not Bungie's fault. Like, what? It wasn't in their interest to step in. It was better to just keep giving Bungie rope to hang themselves, so in the end, Sony gets what they want. I remember you talked about this in one stream. I remember specifically covering this, that, like, Bungie basically was going to be in trouble if it weren't for the buy, if it weren't for Sony stepping in. Schreier reported that the reason Bungie did not immediately start development on Destiny 3 was due to the high cost. Yes, all these years, it's always been Bungie. Thank you, Kaiser. Paul 100% posted about that. I remember it well because I said, oh no, Sony made a mistake. They trusted in a rainbow that leads to crap and no gold. They could have literally made a new studio with Bungie devs. Both are to blame. I don't see any cause to blame Sony in this situation. They bought a company that needed to be essentially financially saved. They negotiated a deal where that company maintained independence. So that basically they maintained their independence and they continue to operate independently beneath Sony's ownership. And Pete Parsons literally writes a blog and is like, yeah, I've been running this company into the red. And they have to lay off like 300 some odd people. Most of those people get absorbed by SIE. Then when they're facing more situations of rising costs and trouble at the company, what happens? They spin off Gummy Bear and start a new studio. So to say, oh, they could have started a new studio, they literally did. They literally did. Further insider info on the Bungie layoffs. What's this for, Perfect Image? Is that that's probably just the same thing that we already heard from Schreier, right? That there's going to be significant layoffs. I mean, it's probably going to be a bloodbath. Unless Sony can once again step in and spin up studios to save people. Sony didn't do their due diligence and ended up overpaying. If you want to fault Sony for anything, I say that's fair. If you want to say, listen, they overpaid, Pete Parsons sold them a bill of goods. They got convinced. That's what I said. Well, no, you said both are to blame. They could have spun up a new studio. They literally already have done that, so your comment doesn't make any sense. They did spin up a new studio. I'm saying with the impending layoffs that haven't happened yet, they could do that again. I just don't know if they're going to want to take on those operational costs. It depends. Like, that's a lot of people to let go, but they need a project for them to work on. You can't just keep people sitting around on their hands. Like, they need something to work on. Legacy, Batman Legacy, the Dark Knight DLCs have reportedly leaked. I'm really disappointed that game's co-op runs at 30 FPS cap. Like, what? I was going to play that with Madam. I'm like, we're not going to play a 30 FPS game. What in the world? Did you see the petition to make Destiny 3? I highly doubt that it'll accomplish anything. I mean, I would say it expresses demand, which could help in the decision making. You're not going to twist PlayStation's arm to fund a Destiny 3. Destiny 3 will only happen if PlayStation thinks that if it adds up, if they think it can be successful and they can make money on it. Destiny 3 made from scratch would cost at least $400 million to $500 million. Where are you getting such an insanely high budget number? Like 400 to 500 million? Why that much? That seems incredibly high. I don't know if there's any... What? I don't know where you're getting that number. That seems grossly inflated. Roughly 1,200 devs for 4 to 5 years. They don't even have 1,200 devs now. What are you talking about? They have like 800? They're going to when they shipped Destiny 1, that wasn't Concord's budget. That's been just egregiously misreported. Concord's budget was not. That's been super confused, and I don't want to have that debate again. It's tiring. That's not Marathon's. That's not Concord's budget. That was funding that Firewalk procured that we don't know where the money went. When they shipped Destiny 1, they had, as far as the estimates as I could find, they had like 500 to 600 employees. Okay. It was $500 million just to make Destiny 2. I also think that's been misreported. I don't think it was $500 million to make Destiny 2. I do not think that was ever conferred or confirmed anywhere. $500 million to make Destiny 2. I thought that got debunked. I feel like I remember that number being debunked. In any case, Destiny 1 shipped and they had like 500 to 600 employees. You could shrink a team down to about 500 and you could build Destiny 3. I believe it. I do. I believe they could do it. They have the insight. They've got the intel. You'd need to do a new engine. I don't think Tiger has ever been agile enough for a live service game. I don't think it's ever been agile enough. It's too slow. It takes them too long to make changes. It feels good. Like the movement and the gunplay in Tiger at some level is unmatched. We know this. It feels great to play Destiny, always has. But it's just the engine is just so slow. They can't make fixes quickly at all. Unreal 6. I really don't know why everybody's gung-ho about diving into Unreal 6. We did this with Unreal 4 to 5, and it encountered a bunch of problems. Like, they're finally getting really good at Unreal 5. I don't know. The engine hopping has never given me a lot of confidence, given the pattern of games that were mid-development in UE4, jump to UE5, and then they all shipped with problems. Not when you don't have the original talent. I mean, the assumption that they have somehow gone from 500 to 600 employees up to 1,200, back down to 800 or 900, and in your mind that means all the original talent is gone. There's no evidence to justify that. That's something that people continue to say. There is not a report. There is not evidence. There's not a claim made by any credible source that most of the original talent is gone. That is just something that people say. I haven't been able to find a single report that you could argue, well, yeah, it was 500 or 600 employees when they shipped Destiny 1. At their peak, they had like 1,200 employees, and they've shrunk back down. And you think in that process, they supplanted every single person that ever worked on D1 and D2 that was worth a darn, and now it's just a bunch of morons? Like, I don't understand that at all. Hollow Judgment with a Member Plus. And then Justin with 29 months on a Member Plus. Welcome back. Thank you. Talent is institutional. No one who left made another Halo or Destiny. The evidence is within the game. The evidence is within the game that the one successful live service game ran strong for over 10 years. And then, according to Pete Parsons, they started pulling people off of the game to work on incubation projects, which ultimately hurt the game, hurt the quality, and then demand goes down, revenue goes down. Again, you're not applying logic. You're just applying this armchair thing of like, well, yeah, the game stinks now, so obviously all the former talent left. There's no logic to that. There's nothing that's so incoherent. It's so clear that they ran strong for 10 years. And when they ran aground, it was when they literally started trying to do incubation projects to get away from a Destiny 3. They didn't want to do a Destiny 3, so they were starting up all these incubation projects. That's what was sort of the beginning of the end of Destiny 2. That's not mass exodus of talent. So what you're saying has not factually happened. It's an untrue thing to claim. It isn't backed by anything. So I don't think there's this scenario where like they can't build a good Destiny or a Destiny 3 or even like a spin-off franchise because like quote unquote all the talent left. There is no evidence to that. There isn't. They ran out a railroad track fundamentally. I mean, what happened in Destiny 2? You just ran out of stuff. There wasn't anything left to do. The game's been suffering for years, not just now. Pretty much everybody agrees that after Lightfall, things took a turn for the worse. So what I'm saying is, and I don't feel like you're tracking with the logic, they ran really well all the way to Lightfall. Now, there were dry spells, there were rough spots, sure, it wasn't perfect. That's a pretty strong run from Destiny 1 all the way to Lightfall. That is a strong and respectable live service run of success. Many people were attempting to do the same thing, and they failed. Okay? Now, post-Lightfall, things start to fall apart because they start trying to do other things. They have this internal decision where we're not going to do Destiny 3. They spin up incubation projects, and Pete Parsons admits it puts the company into the red. They're not making enough money because of because they basically took away from Destiny 2's bandwidth. What they were trying to do is they were trying to build roads and ramps away from Destiny. Now, that's the causality. Now, you're just ignoring that, and you're postulating that, like, yeah, a bunch of the original talent left, that's why the game sucks. I'll say again for third time now, there is no evidence that that took place. Now, there were some significant pieces of the leadership that left when projects were canceled. So when like Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy's project gets canceled, they leave. And there were handfuls of other people that left and ended up either like at Marathon or Firewalk or whatever. Whether it was Josh Hamrick or Wisniewski or there was another guy that ended up over there at Firewalk. And I think there's one or two that ended up, what was the other studio? Not Firewalk. I thought they started another studio. There were some other guys I thought that left and started another studio. In any case, there's no evidence that like a ton of the original LFG, I don't know who, that's within Sony. I thought there were guys that literally left Bungie and started a new studio outside of Sony. LFG is like inside Sony. Check credits for Destiny 2 and Marathon and see who switched games. Okay, I mean, that's a different discussion, though, 187. You could certainly make the case that you pulled Visionaries off of Destiny and you put those people onto Marathon, and that hurt. Listen, there is not a single piece in my heart that makes me want to be friendly to Christopher Barrett. Say what you want about him. He got what was coming to him. But the guy was a visionary. He saw where things could go with lore. He saw where things could go with content, and he applied his crafts to Marathon. His vision for Marathon didn't come to fruition. If you actually go and read, his vision for Marathon, it's significantly better than what they shipped. So yes, you could make that argument that they took significant talent and visionaries off of Destiny and moved them to other projects, and that fundamentally hurt Destiny. I will co-sign that. I won't co-sign with this idea that all the original talent that shipped Destiny 1 or fixed Destiny 1 or Destiny 2, they're all gone. There is not a shred of evidence that points to that level of exodus at the company. They went from 500 some odd people to a max of 1,200. Now they've shrunk back down to around 800 employees. The idea that, all the talent's gone, I just do not believe that. The causality of the issues in Destiny 2 was Pete Parsons' bad leadership. So much of a visionary that he almost ruined Marathon. I mean, he didn't ruin Marathon. He got fired because all of that stuff. If you want to go see all the things he did, it's a matter of public record. This person did tons of damage control by constantly telling everyone game dev is hard for every bit of criticism of bad decision making. Well, that's why you need a completely new community management team. I disagree. I think the best part of Destiny was from Vicarious Visions and High Moon. I don't think it's that much of a binary. I think there's an element of truth to what you're saying. Some of the best pieces of Destiny were High Moon and VV. Yes, that is true. But to say the best part of Destiny was them, no, I don't agree with that. I think the Bungie team did some incredible work, like The Taken King or Forsaken. Yes, VV with Menagerie or High Moon with Wrath. There are certainly evidences of High Moon and VV having very, very high points within the history of Destiny. But no. Bungie made some incredible content over the years. The lore, the writing, the dungeons, the raids, the stories. Absolutely not. I don't know why we would want to do this weird rewrite of history here. The game ran for over a decade, boys. You're angry and upset because you wish that it wasn't over. We can't turn around and be like, but it mostly sucked and there was only good spots from those guys. But VV and High Moon's been out of the frame for a long time. They've been out of the frame for a long time. Wokeness killed Destiny. No. Again, there's such a simplistic view of it. That's not what killed the game. Lono, I think the argument some are making that the talent is gone is blaming the result, but the root issue is Parsons greenlighting multiple games at once, causing teams to be split. That's what I'm trying to get at, Street Shadow. The primary causality of Destiny 2 kind of falling and slipping from the throne was Pete Parsons. he admitted this in a blog, and then they laid a bunch of people off, and like Sony absorbed a bunch of them. It's always going to come back to the same fundamental principle of bad leadership leads to bad results. Parsons was not good for the company, and the way they ran the company, starting in about 2020, you could just see it. They thought they were the cock of the walk. They thought they could do no wrong. They thought they could burn a person's career to the ground and there'd be no repercussions. They to brag publicly, basically on Twitter, that you're responsible for me being banned from Twitch. Like, think of the level of hubris that you have to be willing to do that. Can you imagine any other studio doing that? Picture any other streamer, picture any other studio, and one of their top level employees basically taking credit for somebody getting deplatformed. Like, that's insane. Then they start writing blogs about super divisive social and political issues. That they start putting things in the game that feel very like present dayisms. And it's like, what are you doing? They start to make the game about things that are not about the game. Then they decide, we don't want to make a Destiny 3. I actually have defended that decision. I get why they didn't want to make a Destiny 3. I think it's been very difficult. It's been very hard on them. I think as a studio, it was incredibly demanding, and they decided this is we don't want to do this again. It's been very, very rough. So they decide, let's spin up incubation projects to get away from this. I think they just got, again, way too hubristic. They were so overly confident that they could do anything. They literally thought they could do no wrong. You can see it in the Marathon showcase. You can see it. It's like, well, we're Bungie. Like, we can do a showcase of an alpha. I can't imagine any other studio having the stones to do that. Like, we're going to walk into the public and we're going to do a showcase of an alpha. You're arguing that wokeness ruined Destiny? No. I'm far more zoomed out on it. No. What I'm saying is those are all symptoms of a much deeper problem. Those are all symptoms of a much deeper problem. That's like saying, well, he died because he couldn't stop coughing. He couldn't stop coughing because he had a lung infection. You got to get down into what the real thing is. Right? So the blogging, the present dayisms, the way they handled Marathon, the way they thought they could spin up a bunch of incubation projects, the art theft, all of that stems from the same root cause problem of like, there is just this, and when I interviewed Colin Moriarty, he's like, their hubris is justified. He's like, look at what they've managed to do. He's like, they had Microsoft paying for everything, then they had Activision paying for everything, now they got Sony. Like, they've just kind of been bouncing around and making a ridiculous amount of money in the process. Like, they're all very wealthy. These people are set for life. The only people who aren't set for life are probably like, you know, the more like menial level employees and down. Everybody in the upper echelons of Bungie are just absolutely set. And he's like, I mean, wouldn't you be a little drunk on hubris if that's your run as a company? I think that's the cause of all those things. So being like, yeah, wokeness ruined it. It's like, well, no, it was a symptom. It was a symptom of like that self-righteous, moral high ground, you know, hubristic view they have of themselves. Like, that's been their problem since the beginning. Believe me, I was in circumference with these people. The leadership and the CM team, come on. These guys are, they literally think they can do no wrong. And I think that's what led to all of those things. They thought they could drive their player base away. Hissing Badger says Pete was the devil. Pete's just an incredible corporate guy. He's I mean, you can hate, I guess you can hate the player in this case. He's good at the game. The man is good at the game. He's good at the corporate game. I mean, the dude climbed the corporate ladder and he sold Bungie to PlayStation for way more than Bungie was worth, and he got them to maintain their independence for how many years? I mean, it's wild. Will Ono get unbanned? The few left no longer be at Bungie soon. Well, the problem with my ban in Destiny 2 is it's not a legitimate ban. It's not a ban through Bungie. Like if I go to Bungie's website, there is no ban. It was a dev ban on Steam. Somebody high up just went in and dev banned me on Steam for they just put in 9999999. They just put in all nines. I got like 180,000 days left. So when I go to Bungie's website, it doesn't treat me like I'm banned. There is no I can use their forums. I can use the website as if I've not been banned. It's not a legitimate ban because I didn't do anything. There was no cause for the ban. It was just like when I got banned from Twitch. I exposed them. I exposed the people close to them. They didn't like it. They retaliated. Both times I got banned, it was retaliatory. It wasn't based on any actual wrongdoing. It wasn't. There was no grounds to indefinitely suspend a partner who had a clean track record and zero problems on the platform for 5 years. It made no sense. It was illogical. No, I can't play on console because of cross-save. Yeah, there was no grounds to ban me from the game either. I wasn't doing anything. I was covering the game on YouTube, but people got pretty close. People got close to figuring things out. RN Jesus and what was her name? The German lady. Her name was like Vicky or something. They got very close to what had happened. They had spoken to current and former employees, and it was clear they were heavily involved in what happened to me. And the minute that happened, all of a sudden I'm banned from Destiny randomly. It was like 7 months. I had been streaming on YouTube for 7 months. It made no sense. So no, you're not going to just be able to reverse that ban. You know what I'm saying? It's not. You're not just going to be able to reverse that. Somebody high up went in and did it. It's like, so you would need somebody high up to go in and be like, well, we just need to reverse that. Whoever manages their game on Steam. No, it wasn't Barrett. That's not who did it. They wanted everybody to think that. Bungie was glad everybody thought that. Even if they did, why go back? I mean, there's certainly some fun things we could do. I hate how RN Jesus just dropped it at a point. Some of that was my fault. Some of that was my fault. They needed things from me, and I drug my feet. And I'll be honest with you, they took the fight out of me. That's hard to believe. Those of you that know me, they took the fight out of me. I was tired of fighting. I was tired of drawing attention to it. I just wanted to move on with my life and provide for my family, and it was extremely traumatic and upsetting to have to always go back and revisit everything. It's different now. It's so much time has passed now. I feel a lot more comfort and ease talking about it, especially when you're the one telling the truth. You don't have to worry about contradicting things you said in the past, which is why none of them will talk about it. But they took the fight out of me. I was like, you can only take so much from a person before it's like, I'm just tired of fighting. You took my Twitch channel. You took every friend I had in the industry. You took every contract I had. It basically scoped out for growth. I've lost millions of dollars, generational wealth for my family. And then the game that I built an entire YouTube channel and career on got taken from me. And it was like, dude, I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of doing this. The thing that I always kind of wished RN Jesus would have done is just handed everything to a content creator and been like, just do a full-on documentary on this. Do a full-on breakdown of everything that went down and everything that former and current employees exposed. So much time has passed, boys. The problem with the internet is they care really, really a lot for a very short amount of time. They're very angry and very upset, but then as the dust settles, they realize maybe they were wrong. There were lies, there were tweets, and things retracted, and things disappeared, and then everyone just kind of moves on. They're like, yeah, we don't care. That's not as interesting. That's not as interesting as burning somebody to the ground, being like, oh, whoops, maybe we made a mistake here. That's not interesting. That's not exciting. That's not fulfilling to people. So, there's a big gap in the market right now for looter shooters. I mean, that's why I think there's room for Destiny 3. You know? I think there's room for it. Still cannot believe Bungie threw a money printer in the garbage. I think it was tough. I think it was tough to maintain the game, Mike. You know? I think it was really, really hard for them to maintain the game. I think they wanted. I think they were done. Look at it from this perspective. So they started working on Destiny 1 probably around 2009. Okay, so 2009 was kind of the beginning. It was supposed to ship in 2013. Okay, so at the earliest of stages, they were working on Destiny as far back as like 2008, 2009. All right. You fast forward all the way to 2022. 2021, 2022. Somewhere in there is where they're deciding whether or not they want to do a Destiny 3. Is this the goal? And they're not in a great financial spot, you know, so they enter this agreement with Sony, okay? Well, that means from about 2008 to about 2000, you know, let's just say 2022. Homie, that's like how many years is it? 14 years on one franchise? Like, they were done. I think they were done. I think that a similar thing happened with Halo, did it not? Like a very, very similar thing happened with Halo. They got to a point where they were like, we have made all we wanted to make. We have done all we wanted to do. We're ready to be done. Like, if you look at how Lightfall, like, kind of brings the saga to a close, there were probably a lot of people at the company who were like, all right, let's do something else now. Double dipping. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for the double dip. I greatly appreciate it, man. Hang on. I got to mute the ring. Let me add you to the total. The fact that Sony said no to the Destiny 3 pitch is insane. That's not a true story, Dark Taco. The guy that came out and said that the Xivu Arath thing was pitched multiple times, that was pitched within the confines of Destiny 2. If you've got another report that's credible, I'm happy to look at it. I can't find a single credible report that Sony said no to Destiny 3. Everything I've read, Bungie internally concluded this. It had nothing to do with Sony. And then that guy on Twitter that said, like, oh, you'd be surprised how many times this was pitched. They were talking about, like, Xivu Arath. They were talking about something within the confines of Destiny 2, not Destiny 3. I can't find anything, and again, I'm open to being corrected here. I can't find anything that said, yeah, Sony has said no to Destiny 3. It's like, where is this being reported? You think Tassie said it in his video? I mean, if Tassie's saying that Bungie went to PlayStation, pitched Destiny 3, and PlayStation said no, then I am absolutely bewildered by what the future will hold for the company. Bungie kept saying no to Destiny 3. Now Bungie is leaking it to save face and their studio. That's what I mean. I don't understand. They clearly, on their own, decided not to do Destiny 3. Pete Parsons made that clear in his blog post. They spun up all those incubation projects and said that they weren't going to be doing Destiny 3. Are we supposed to believe that at that point in time, that was under Sony's direction? That doesn't make an ounce of sense. Pete Parsons literally, they were working and operating independently. It was something they strutted out in the public and wore as a badge of honor. Yes, we're being purchased by PlayStation. We're going to still operate independently. Now we're going to rewrite history and we're going to claim, well, yeah, we kept trying to pitch Destiny 3 and Sony kept telling us no. And it's like, wait a minute. That doesn't track with any of the timelines we've had up to this point. All of the timelines have been that internally they decided no Destiny 3. It was a Bungie decision. Thank you, Suave Mist, for 4 months over there on Purple. Every timeline that we have had up to this point has been that internally, Bungie determined that they would not do a Destiny 3. They were going to spin up things like Payback and Marathon and Gummy Bear. They were going to build themselves bridges away from it. Now they're going to claim, oh yeah, we kept pitching it and Sony said no. I thought Tassie said that they tried to get it greenlit by Sony multiple times, but they kept refusing. I want to know the timeline. Because if the fallout of the layoffs and Parsons putting everybody into the red and Sony having to absorb like 300 some odd people, 250 to 300 people got absorbed into SIE, okay, if at that point Bungie's like, oh, well, we would like to make Destiny 3, well, that's a different story entirely. Because at that point, PlayStation's like, no. You guys have been burning through cash and making terrible decisions. The last thing we're going to do is greenlight Destiny 3 at this point in time. Because the timeline up to this point was very crystal stinking clear that internally Bungie determines no Destiny 3, spun up incubation projects because they were trying to get away from the Destiny like continuance. It was like they had Payback, they had Gummy Bear, they had Marathon. If I'm expected to believe that was because PlayStation said no to Destiny 3, I'm just going to press X to doubt. I don't think that that's what happened. I think we're getting weird damage control from Bungie. That doesn't make an ounce of sense. Thank you, Highlander, with 7 months. I'll be covering that at some point this week, and I'll give you all my thoughts on the state of play. I think you're probably, yes, you're close to a good prediction, Highlander. I'll say that. I think they're lying because Project Payback was supposed to be a spinoff. Yeah, the Payback was literally going to be set in the Destiny universe, very Monhunt adjacent, where you play as like heroes from the Destiny universe. That was Mark Noseworthy and Luke Smith's project, and it got canceled and they left. Paul said Payback was supposed to be spiritual D2 successor. Sony said no, canned and laid off. That's the timeline. All of the D3 pitches rejected too. That's according to Paul. Okay, so now the timeline is making more sense. So, it's what I just said. Isn't it remarkable? It's what I just said and theorized. If it happened after those layoffs and after Parsons was like, yeah, we drove the company into the red, and then you go hat in hand and you're like, hey, Sony, can we make Destiny 3? Of course Sony's going to say no. You've been mismanaging the company for years, and you want us to greenlight Destiny 3. Get the frick out of here, is what they probably said. That's the timeline, and that's exactly what my instinct and my gut said. I was like, wait, boys. Wait a minute. You determined no Destiny 3. You spun up incubation projects like Payback and Marathon and Gummy Bear, and it drove the company into the red. You had to lay off so many people. Sony absorbed 250 of them. Now they've spun up LFG and absorbed that as well with Gummy Bear, and you want them to foot the bill for Destiny 3. Of course they're going to say no. They want to restructure the company before any decision of that capacity is made. Thank you, Highlander, for a gifted member. We're 5 away from 50. They are not going to greenlight a project of that scope and size with that leadership in place. Are you freaking kidding me? Now Pete's gone, and they're about to face pretty significant layoffs. There was also the fear that leadership was going to walk after the final amortized payment after they shipped Marathon. So it is remarkable to me How quick people are going to run out and try to contort this like a pretzel into like some sort of a narrative that, yeah, you know, poor Bungie. Poor Bungie. They got told no by the big mean Sony, and that's why they're in this situation. If there's one thing that has been unwavering all these years, is people's willingness to not blame Bungie. It's remarkable. It really, really, truly is. This man walks out like, I drove the company into the red. It's Sony's fault. Gee, many Christmas. Big Bebo, thank you so much for a gifted member. Hi, this is Sony. Have all the weirdos gone? Cool. Destiny 3 is a go. Paul's quote was this. All right, thank you, Kage. Destiny 3 is not in production and has not even been greenlit as something to start down the road. It has obviously been pitched many times over, even before the final shape. But Sony did not want to spend the money. That has apparently not changed. Yeah. I think that's very carefully worded. That again feels like we're going to try to blame shift, and I think that is unhelpful right now. Blame shifting on Sony right now is completely unhelpful and unproductive. It has nothing to do with them. We wouldn't even be talking about Bungie right now if it weren't for PlayStation. They'd have gone under. They'd have closed up shop. That's the thing everybody keeps forgetting. Broodwitch with 29 months. You oversell the company's value, and then you lay people off. The company goes through 2 impairment losses. The valuation of the company goes down twice, and you think in the midst of that like PlayStation's going to write a check for Destiny 3. Now, I've been saying that I think that's the only path forward for Bungie. But what did I also say? You need new leadership. Sony didn't want to spend the money, which is facts, but I agree, Lono. Sony say Bungie. In my opinion, Bungie gets 97% of the blame. That's right. People really hate Sony. Just say that instead of trying to defend a very mismanaged and toxic company. We missed you last week, Alono. Even Rockstar was waiting for you to come back. I appreciate Rockstar doing that for me. They sent me a DM and they said, "We got you, fam." And I said, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know? Like, I'm out here trying to work, you know? And you guys start doing stuff when I leave town. I appreciated them not doing anything. I was very kind to them. Would you throw money at a burning house to try to fix it? Right. Lono, I just got here, but it's confirmed the articles are incorrect about the reason for D3 not getting greenlit. I think people are missing the forest for the trees here. The timeline is significant in this discussion. You can't ignore the timeline. The company gets mismanaged under Pete Parsons. Not only that, we cannot ignore this other elephant in the room. They were covering up misconduct. If you read the IGN article, they had willing participants within leadership and HR covering up misconduct. There's a certain conference that knows all about this. They and Bungie are really good friends. They have the same playbook. You cover up your leader's misconduct. You either do it with money or business favors. This is happening all before the world's eyes. Pete Parsons writes a blog and is like, we did all this and drove the company into the red. This is a company that that PlayStation has purchased for $3.6 billion. 1.2 of that is for employee retention. So the company is valued about $2.5 billion, and you take an impairment loss, and you take another impairment loss. Oh, and then they have to get rid of Christopher Barrett. They have to get rid of Christopher Barrett, which they try to keep quiet. Then we find out what happened. Then he files a suit and is like, hey, there's worse things that happen at the company, basically. He's basically trying to call Bungie's bluff. Like, well, Bungie's not going to want to go through Discovery because they know all the bad things that happen. And Sony's like, I'm your dadgum Huckleberry. We will go to court with you, Christopher. And they put all of his stuff out there for the public to see. All of his emails and all the things he said and all the claims against him. And it's like, wow, isn't it interesting when there's actual evidence and an actual paper trail to prove someone's misconduct. This all happens before the watching world. And you think, in light of all of this, Bungie has to lay off 300 some odd people. Roughly 250 of those people end up at SIE. And then they spin off LFG and Gummy Bear. And you think that's the company that PlayStation's going to be like, yeah, sure. Here's money for Destiny 3. You've completely mismanaged the company. You've overspent. Hiroki Totoki's on record in a Sony earnings call talking about how they need better accountability at Bungie. Clearly unhappy with the leadership at the company. You think Sony's going to write them a check for Destiny 3 as all this is happening before the watching world? Oh, and lest we forget, in the midst of all of this, they push out Marathon, not ready. It's in an alpha. They get their absolute butt spanked in front of the public's eye. Just embarrassing for a company of this size and pedigree. They have to delay it. And then we find out they're stealing art. Do you think this is a company that PlayStation's going to be like, yeah, let me write you a check. You go ahead and go build Destiny 3 after you've practically burned the company to the ground with mismanagement. Here's more money. Absolutely not. I've been saying for the longest time, I've been saying it for 6 years. It's the leadership. They're toxic. They're hubristic. They're self-righteous. They think they can do no wrong. Well, ask Christopher Barrett how that worked out. Why is Pete Parsons gone? I wonder what else is going to get exposed. This is what happens to your company when you run it this way. If you think a company running like this, with leadership like this, you think PlayStation's going to hand them money for Destiny 3? Somebody said, let him cook. I'm just getting warmed up. Creature says, from my point of view, Sony looks at Bungie and all their crazy spending and their culture and says, nah, we're not greenlighting anything that you pitch until the final payout happens and we see who is left and who we need to remove. So that Bungie as a studio, even having projects, makes sense. It totally makes sense why nothing is being greenlit. Nothing. Look at the company. Look at the state of the company. Why would they greenlit anything this company wants to make? They're in disarray. S3 says the board of directors hire their CEO. The CEO hires his people. The culture of the company starts with the board and their priorities. That's who is to blame for the pre-Sony issues. Move the building out of frickin' Bellevue. Relocate to a place with lower cost of living. So much of the overhead isn't even gaming related. I think that's exactly right, too. You got to get the frick out of Bellevue. Like, what are we doing? The real Destiny killer is Bungie. We always said the only thing that could kill Destiny is Bungie. Stealing artwork multiple times, lying to and fleecing the players, both in-game and out-of-game multiple times, getting caught doing all of that. Their reputation is not great in the industry. The only thing helping them save face over there is their over-the-top social virtue signaling online. Yeah, but nobody even cares about that stuff anymore. I'm pissed at Sony for not dispatching personnel at leadership levels immediately upon purchase. It's BS. Well, but again, you got to remember, they get purchased under an agreement to operate independently. I don't think that was an accident. Pete Parsons had to know. At an executive level, the guy's got a history with Microsoft. That homie knew. He knew there is no way a Japanese company is going to put up with our nonsense. Knitting classes and everything else. And their behavior on Twitter and all of that. Like, they knew they are not gonna jive with our culture. And so it's like, no, we need to operate independently if we're gonna be purchased and owned by a Japanese company. Oil and water, boys. Oil and water. Can those people be fired? I'm fairly certain June is a threshing floor, yes. Yep. I think it's a threshing floor. I think they gut the leadership and they sort of rebuild. That's what I think. Dr. Flash, as I watched you for years, I saw how Bungie treated you with all the BS. The C-suite at Bungie was and is disgusting. I genuinely feel for the developers and the employees at Bungie. Well, I tell you what. A lot of them have, quote-unquote, got away with a lot of things, and they've made a ton of money. But does that really matter? What does it profit a man if he forfeits his soul? Like, I don't care how much money you made. I don't care how wealthy you are. I don't care how many boats or cars you own. Does that really fundamentally matter at the end of all things? Like, good for you. Good for you. Because at the end of the day, that's all you got. And I'm not just talking to one man. I'm talking to a handful of them. And they know exactly what I'm talking about. Stone Spire with 37 months in a VIP Plus. Thank you so much. So excited about Summer Game Fest next week. Do you think we get GTA 6 or Fable gameplay? Probably Fable gameplay. I mean, at this point, if Fable's going to come out and say it's coming this year, and 2 more from Stone Spire, lands the plane at 50. I owe YouTube too. If they're going to say, yeah, it's still on pace for this year, that you're going to have to show something. I would also expect a release date. I still don't think it's coming this year, boys. I still don't think it's coming this year. My chat is broken on YouTube. I need to refresh it. I don't think it's coming this year, and I know people think that, like, maybe you think I'm being hateful or whatever. I'm not being hateful. I genuinely don't think it's happening. It did not look ready at the Dev Direct. If it shows up and it's ready and it's rocking and rolling and it gets a high score and everything feels good and looks good, I'll be shocked out of my dadgum chair. I don't think there's enough time from what we saw. And they have to launch it basically before September. You going to try to launch it in October or November? Are you insane? You've upgraded to Fable getting canceled? No, I don't think it's canceled. I mean, they just came out into the public and spoke to the fact that it's going to be on PS5 day one and that it's still on pace for this year. I don't think it's getting canceled. Listen, if you guys have not hit the like button yet on YouTube, consider doing that. If you haven't hit follow over there on Purple, consider doing that. And I'm able to do this full time because of fan funding. We are not large enough. We got completely reset 6 years ago, and we are still nowhere near where I was 6 years ago. And you can help with that. You can do a sub on Purple. You can do a membership on YouTube. $5 a month goes a long way, and that's basically the only way I'm able to do this full time. If you're not in a position right now to support directly, be here as often as you can, and always remember to hit the like button on YouTube. Marathon will be even more dead now. The noise is going to be loud at Bungie and Sony. I think it would take another studio helping them. Yeah, Marathon's an interesting test case. 60,000 subs is still awesome. I mean, I'll take it. Any success is success at this stage of the game. I mean, we had to completely rebuild. This channel is not the channel that I originally was operating out of. We had to get rid of all of the Destiny content and start all the way over, basically. That's not easy. So, I think everything we have is respectable and great, but we're not at a size of volume where I'm able to do this purely off of volume and ad revenue. I do this because of direct support, so that I wouldn't be able to do without it. So yeah, the situation with Marathon, I honestly don't know. I think the problem with Marathon is going to be a problem that we've seen with Bungie for years now, and it just takes them too long to act. I mean, you could say it's found its floor. Down here is their floor. They found it. So from early May to now late May, they basically have finally flatlined. They're no longer just straight declining. So they've had roughly 14 days. We'll have to watch this week and see if it declines anymore. In light of the news, it could go either way. People could decide, hey, maybe we should start going playing that marathon game because that's where they're going to plant their flag and they're doing PvE content next season or whatever. We'll have to watch this week because the news could drive that number lower. People could be like, man, I'm out. I'm done with this company. It could have a handful of effects on player reception and player engagement numbers. So, was that for Marathon or Destiny? Those Steam charts I just showed you were for Marathon. Marathon basically was in decline almost the entire time it's been out. There was like 9 days where it didn't decline, and now they've got about 14 days where it hasn't just sharply declined. $5 super chat from Dark. Are you off topic? Are you anticipating layoffs at Housemarque? No. The Circana chart has it predicted at 9th most purchased game last month, and it was available for what, a day? So if you include people that, like, I guess pre-ordered Deluxe Edition to play a couple of days early, it was in 9th place overall. So it was a top 10 game in the month that it came out for sales, and it came out on the 30th. I think that narrative is going to get debunked rather quickly. Plus, they consistently are pushing out all these documentaries and movies and films and things, and I don't know. They're not posturing as if the game has had a bad launch at all. They're posturing as if it's another great tentpole title that they're very proud of. I don't get any inclination that the game did as poorly as people tried to claim. It launching on the 30th is going to be awkward on all those download and sales reports. We need a full month. We got to look at May. It's also a much smaller studio, and I don't think the expectations were nearly as high as people were thinking. I think people have the whole situation backwards. You know what I mean? It's, to me, if you look at the history of Housemarque and Returnal, to think that they're in danger is absurd. Returnal sold like 500,000 copies in 2 months, and that's what prompted PlayStation to buy Housemarque. I don't think Soros... I don't think the company or the game is in any danger. I think that's just a narrative driven by grifters that don't argue in good faith. You can pre-order the standard edition for months at a time. Yes, but we all know that the first 7 days the game is out, that's when it makes its most money and its most sales. So the 30th would be when that would kind of begin. Pre-orders have never been calculated to be the bulk. It's always been after launch. So, you didn't think Blue Point was in danger either? I mean, I've gotten some inside baseball on what happened to Blue Point. So, yeah. So, even Colin's worried about Housemarque. I mean, but yeah, again, people can be worried. I think we're worried based on very, very bad data. We don't have conclusive information or data. Another very respectable outfit has it slated at 9th place for 1 day. It launched on the 30th. 9th place in sales for the whole month against all games, all platforms. A game that launched on one platform is in 9th place, and you're worried? Come on now. Come on now. This is the world we live in now. It's like, well, people grab a nugget of data and they try to spin it into an entire narrative. And I just don't think that's the case. Knowing what I now know about what happened to Blue Point, I'm not concerned about Housemarque at all. I'm not. Blue Point sort of chose their outcome. Now, on the we gotta keep this on the subject of Bungie. We're how long in? We're an hour and a half in. The big question right now is, like, what does the future hold after June? So my current sort of just quick prediction is that I think they're going to. Now, this could take one of two forms. All right. This could take one of two forms. They could spin off a separate studio for Marathon. They could. They could maybe try to do that because they want to relocate them and put them somewhere where, cost of living is not so absurdly high. Or they just want it to be a different line item on the budget because they need to have maybe a more reasonable operational cost and expectations for that game to slowly build, right? You need to slowly build and foster that game, PvE, turn it into a more robust offering than it currently is. Make it more approachable. All the things that I said when I played the game during the server slam and during launch, and I was dismissed as not knowing what I'm talking about, seemingly, as is the case with me with Bungie most of the time, my feedback becomes patch notes. It's remarkable. It's not approachable. Its onboarding is terrible. It's a very unwelcoming game. It needs some sort of PvE element. And they're like, thank you. And they're like, okay, so going forward for Season 2, it needs to be more approachable. It needs to be more accessible. We need to rework the onboarding, and we're adding PvE. It's just insane how that happened. They could do that and maybe slowly grow it into something. And if they separate it from, the Bungie operational edifice, that could help Marathon get a more significant stay of execution of like, listen, these guys can sputter along here and work on this game. And, they're just over here on their own team or their own studio or what have you. So I think at some level that's going to happen. Marathon and a spin-off thing will take place, whether that's just internally at Bungie or it's more visible the way it was with LFG and Gummy Bear. So that's the first thing that happens. Now, this is all in the wake of layoffs. I think the company size overall is going to shrink down to about 400 to 500. I think they're going to get cut about in half. It's going to be pretty significant. Now, PlayStation could think that that's a little bit too reckless with so much talent, so many employees, so many people, and maybe they decide to spin off some more studios that are given a short window. Like, hey, come up with something. Let's see what you got. We'll give you this much money, and we'll give you this kind of a timeline for proof of concept and a demo. And, we'll see how it goes. Just to see. Like, give people kind of a sink or swim sort of a thing. And then all remaining Bungie people, I think, are going to be tasked with something. I feel like that's got to be Destiny 3. I know everybody's like, oh, there's no Destiny 3. They're not going to make Destiny 3. It's been shot down. I don't think any of that, takes center stage until the company's been restructured and gone through pretty significant layoffs. So, on the topic of Destiny 3, says Street Shadow, I think Paul's report is missing context. Would you greenlight Destiny 3 in the conditions that they were in? Brutal truth is you can't run both games while trying to spin up D3. That's how they got to where they are. Right. You're just adding more flavor to the meal that I was cooking a little bit ago, where I was like, who's going to hand you money and greenlight a Destiny 3 with how poorly managed the company was? And then you're adding a whole nother element of like, well, no, of course not. Of course not. Of course they're not going to do that. You've got to get to a point where it's a clear break. I mean, we've said this for a long time, have we not? We've said this for a long time, that they, in order to build Destiny 3, at least I've said this for a long time, in order to properly build Destiny 3, you can't be doing anything with Destiny 2 anymore. You can't. That was the entire reason that Destiny 2 struggled so significantly, because they were trying to actively keep Destiny 1 going while also building Destiny 2. And that's why they fundamentally made the decision to not do Destiny 3, because it was like, we're not doing this again. You want to build a third game while maintaining a game? Like, what? It didn't work the first time they did it. So, yeah, they need to completely stop and be like, yep, we're done. No more Destiny 2. The guy that made Vault of Glass literally made Cryo. People keep saying it's not the same devs, but it is. Tons of OG talent. Look it up. It's not hard to see. Yeah, like I said, Dark Taco. There's no evidence. That would have been broadly reported, Taco. That would have been broadly reported. If there was mass talent exodus at Bungie, it would have been broadly reported, and it wasn't. It would have been significant if, like, oh wow, a bunch of veterans just walked. It would be like, oh my gosh, what just happened? Will there be a PvE mode in Ark? There's not really a needed PvE mode in Ark. You just play friendly, and you'll get a propensity within your aggression-based matchmaking to face more friendly people. I think for Destiny 3 to be real, Bungie needs their door completely kicked in and the house clean from the 3rd floor up. To that extent, yes. I think it's got to be significant. It's got to be significant. They have had issues at that company for years. And I don't think you right the ship without gutting leadership. I mean, significantly gutting leadership. Because if not, you're going to be dealing with the same problems in 4 or 5 years. You're going to have this toxic positivity, old uniforms, acting like they can do no wrong and like they know what's best. And it's like the fact that they ignored their own employees about Marathon and now they're having to implement the very things that they ignored. I mean, I think that's a pretty significant indictment. I think that's a pretty significant indictment. It's like if you were in charge of that company and you were seeing, oh wow, they just shipped Marathon, and oh wow, they ignored their own employees saying that this game's going to need PvE, and by ignoring those people, the game's not doing very well. And now they're adding PvE. Like, if you're watching that take place and that's like the company that you own, you're not going to be like, yeah, you know, those leaders clearly know what they're doing. They clearly don't. Especially after what happened with Concord, a completely separate company, but you had a lot of Bungie DNA there, a lot of Bungie veterans, and they did the same thing. A bunch of toxic positivity, and they oversold, and they convinced Herman Hulst that they had something that was going to be as big as Star Wars. You know what I mean? Welcome back. Thank you, Ginger. These are the same people that had to bring a content creator event to a stop because it was getting hostile because they were ignoring feedback. But it's all Sony's fault. Right. You know, streamers were like, you need prox chat. And a 10 bob from Ginger. What in the world? Ginger Prime. Putting it on the board. I currently owe YouTube 2 members. Concord was a hero shooter without ultimates. How did that even happen? Toxic positivity is how that happens. Not listening to feedback. Like, I am telling you, their success was their undoing. But Bungie was so consistently successful and seemingly could continually pull themselves out of the fire. I genuinely think it's like that, this happened with Anthem. You remember BioWare Magic? I think some of these guys thought that. They thought, well, we've been blessed by the gods. We've got the Midas touch. We can do anything we want. And it's clear that that's not the case. You spent so much time talking crap about Microsoft, and now you have to deal with Sony destroying Bungie. You are an idiot. Okay. It's a real intellectual take there. It's great whataboutisms that doesn't apply to a company that was purchased by Sony and continued to operate independently after being purchased. I mean, Pete Parsons wrote a blog claiming that he put the company into the red with all the incubation projects. I'm sorry that facts don't jive with your predetermined dislike of a company. I mean, talk about bias blinding you. It's always ironic that I get people like you in my comments in my chat mauling about how like I'm apparently being biased, and you're wearing it on your sleeve. Like you're so angry. You're just so angry that you're like having an emotional tantrum in my chat because I'm supposed to somehow make this about Sony. I mean, that's a dizzying display. Jiminy Christmas. I've been covering Bungie for a decade, off and on, 5 of those years almost explicitly. And I'm here to tell you, this has been their problem since moment one. The narrative that Sony destroyed Bungie is wild. I think there are so many people in this space that the only way they can make money and have an audience is they have to make it tribalistic. It can't be facts-based. It can't be facts-based. It can't be research-based. It can't be logical. It's just emotional tribalism of like, well, clearly this is an opportunity for me to yell about how terrible Sony is. Like, instead of actually doing due diligence and research and looking at how this all played out, they'll just make it about Sony. Like, they don't have an alternative. They've painted themselves into a corner. Sony isn't perfect. Right. I mean, moments ago I said, Herman Holst shouldn't be in charge of virtually anything with regard to live service. He got completely duped thinking he thought Concord was going to be like as big as Star Wars. Like, that's laughable. Like, he completely and utterly misfired on Firewalk and Concord. And listen, there are people that think he should be fired or whatever. At some level, given what happened with Concord, it's surprising that he isn't. Unless they saw that as more of a joint effort or something. I honestly don't know. But that was one of the biggest flops ever. I've got a video literally on the channel saying that Sony's biggest mistake was potentially buying Bungie. Like, probably one of their biggest mistakes. They overpaid. Now, there are people that think, oh no, this is what they wanted. They wanted the IP. They wanted the talent. I have very severe doubts that this is what PlayStation wanted. Like, I don't think PlayStation wrote this check for $3.6 billion thinking, oh no, yeah, our hope is that we take impairment loss on the asset, have to lay a bunch of people off, have to absorb 250 some odd people into SIE, have to spin up a new studio, and have a studio under our ownership sort of come under, ill repute in the public eye. Like, I don't think PlayStation, this is not what they wanted. I thought Shuhei said he greenlit Concord. If there's one reason why Herman Holst wasn't walked out the door after Concord, it's probably because it was a multifaceted decision, and maybe he somehow dodged the blame bullet. I don't know. Because I know Shuhei has said that he was a part of the process of greenlighting Concord, which is the biggest live service disaster, almost outdone by Highguard. Don't forget Fair Games. Yeah, I mean, what they did a trademark for Break-In, and that sounds like that's probably a new name for Fair Games. I don't know why they're bothering. It's a stupid idea. It's DOA. Cancel it. Horizon Hunters Gathering is also a stupid idea. I don't think they have a shot in this market. I think they're dead before they're dead before Arrival, right? People say, "Oh, that game's DOA." No, I think there are games that are DBA. They're dead before Arrival. It's like, what in the world? The market is not receptive to this. It's not. What are we doing? Like, cut your losses. Cut them. The idea that I won't be critical of Sony is laughably incorrect and only put forth by dishonest men. I use the word men loosely here. Dishonest boys. I am consistently critical of Sony and their decisions, specifically with live service. They've continued to waste time and waste resources on live service projects and studio time that is so wrong-headed and so foolish. Like, that'll never make it into content, because that doesn't fit a preformed false narrative. Look, he won't criticize Sony. Okay. I literally had a couple of people come to my channel recently. 2 different people left comments on my one video, and they're like, I just looked at your channel, and I can't believe how much people lie about you. And I was like, it's weird, isn't it? Concord's backstory seemed like it would have made a good single-player or co-op narrative game. Yeah, it could have been, I think, a good co-op romp, but again, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Jace has agreed because I disagree with you on this. Yeah, there are plenty of people who don't agree with me. They think fair games should still come out. They think Horizoners Gathering has a shot. I don't think Colin agreed with me on this with respect to Horizon. And it's like, we can disagree. That's great because, dude, I am like way in the opposition of these games coming out. I think they are a complete and utter waste of time and resources. They are non-starters. They will not have player bases. They will not generate revenue. I am so deeply confident in that. If I was placing bets, that would be like the easiest bet ever. Bet on this game's success. Nope, not going to. I'm going to bet on its failure, and I'll make money if I was to bet on it. Colin with a question. If I'm not mistaken, Lono, you once said that to justify Bungie's existence, it'd be beneficial for them and Sony to develop D3. Are those still your thoughts? Yes. But there's more to that. My position has always been Bungie's size and operational costs are not justified unless they're working on Destiny 3. I also said the only way they could conceivably work on Destiny 3 and ship it in the way that it needs to be shipped, you need to gut the leadership and you need a new engine. If those things don't happen, don't waste your time. I think that's why Destiny 3 has not been greenlit. That's why nothing has been greenlit until the leadership has been restructured and layoffs take place and people are walked out the door. That's my thoughts on it. If they want to spin up a new IP, great. Have a go at it. Have a go at it. I think their best bet, if I'm betting odds, like, okay, what are the odds of success here? If I'm a betting man and I'm placing bets, I'm saying new leadership, new engine, Destiny 3, fund it. That's your best shot. Because if not, you're doing new leadership, new engine, new IP. I'm just more iffy on that. I'm like, I don't know. You would need somebody that really has a vision. And what kind of game is it going to be? If it's not going to be live service, that's going to fundamentally change the fabric of Bungie. Bungie is a live service studio. They have entire departments where, like, that's all they're doing is, like, data crunching, number crunching. Like, that's the institutional fabric of Bungie is live service. That's what they've been doing for how long now? Since 2009 or 2008, when Destiny development started. Since that point in time, they have become so interwoven with live service. If you decide not to do live service anymore with them, number one, I think that would be like an abhorrent failure. That would be just a failure to leverage their institutional knowledge and data. And also, it would require they'd have to become a completely different studio. I keep getting mature dating app ads. I need to change my algo. Yeah, I mean, or just find a date and then it'll leave you alone. Sunk cost fallacy. I don't know if it's a sunk cost fallacy. It's more, this is what I'm applying the same logic I apply to why you shouldn't have single player studios working on live service games. It's stupid. It was stupid to have Bend and Blue Point. I argue it's stupid to have Guerrilla working on a live service game right now. That's not their core competency. You can't just figure out live service. That's not a thing. It isn't. You're happily married. Well, then it's really misfiring. I'm applying the same logic. Like, you don't have your single-player studios building live service games, and don't have a veteran live service studio just stop doing live service. Does that make sense? Like, it does. It would be so weird for Bungie to like completely depart from live service, and unless, of course, again, they become like a support studio that consults. And I mean, that is a possibility. That is a possibility that I haven't really considered. They could become a support studio that is literally designed, you know, to support and update and become like a live team for any of the games that Bungie, the PlayStation ships that are live service. I think their operational costs don't justify that. They're located in a part of the country where they're located in a part of the country where that's just not really in the cards. I don't think so. Yo, it's good, Royal Duck. If you want them to continue, they need something big. Shrimp Pay says, some of the Destiny fans are the issue. Super toxic and always complaining. Well, there's nothing wrong with always complaining. Yo, it's good, Amskin. There's nothing wrong with always complaining. You want people to be constantly talking about your game, because if they're complaining, they're playing. I find it sus. Are they just doing this to limit options and almost force people at Bungie fans to Marathon's doorstep? You think the petition hits 500,000? I don't know. Where is it now? What's the count? Last night when I was writing my monologue, it was like 130,000. $2 super chat from Jeremiah. Bungie just needs to turn its lore into games. Always complaining is passion. If passion is gone, that's the end of the marriage. You don't get a company who does single-player games to do live service, and vice versa. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's about 180,000. Okay. Right now, who's really in charge at Bungie? Nobody, really. I mean, PlayStation, basically. PlayStation. Because you'll notice, I don't know if people notice this or not, when Pete Parsons left, they did not appoint a successor. They weren't like, well, Parsons is gone, here's our new CEO. They didn't do that. Truman is like head of the franchise or something like that. He's not CEO. His title, so Parsons was not replaced as CEO. So they don't have a chief executive officer at this moment. What's his name? Justin Truman is like head of the franchise or something like that. It's like a title that isn't. It's not CEO. Shrimp Pay says they complain to the devs, make them waste their time and effort fixing broken content. It's a game. It's supposed to be fun and broken. We aren't finishing our 9 to 5s just to go back, slaving through Destiny 2 content. Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. Yeah, Truman was Bungie studio head, not CEO. That's right, studio head. Thank you, studio head. Yeah. They named Truman head of the studio. They did not appoint a new CEO because they don't need one. That's right. That's right. So PlayStation's going to do something. Put in their own people, go into the company and assess who they think are the best leaders. I don't know. They're going to do something to that extent. Would be my guess. Will it allow me to? No. Okay. 180,000. You think they should make D3? They cannot even get 1 million signatures. I would not base the decision to make Destiny 3 off of a petition. I don't think that's what I would do. When it hits 10 million, Sony might take notice. No, I don't think the petition is going to make much of a dent in their decision making. They're going to assess. They're going to assess potential, leadership shift and production costs, and then they're going to assess what they think is the most viable project for the company to work on. Ika Gang with 25 months. It was never Activision, Xbox, or PlayStation. There's something fundamentally wrong with Bungie. Let me add it to the total. Thank you. Once Phil Spencer is done training Asha Sharma, he'll need a new job. I mean, I'm not going to speak for the man, but if I had to predict what he was going to do, I think Phil's probably done. Just got here, but what an absolute yet completely predictable and obvious mess that was written on the wall for years. That was essentially what my show opening monologue was, Moto. So when the news broke that this was happening, my family and I were on our way to the beach, and I wasn't driving, so I just kind of got to sit and think and reflect. Because I didn't really have a reaction. Like, I didn't feel anything. Like, I tweeted about it, and I said, hey, I felt in my bones. I kept telling you guys that June was the last hurrah. I said, I read that post by Bungie. I speak fluent Bungie, and I'm like, June is the last hurrah. Just y'all watch. And like many times in my history covering the company and their game, I hit a bullseye. It was yep, June's the last hurrah. Then more reports come out. There's going to be significant layoffs as well. And so, I'm reflecting on it, and we get to the beach, and I'm able to just kind of sit in a chair. Just so I don't like to get in the water at the beach. I like to look at the beach, get in the shade, and just relax. It's hypnotic, right? So I'm just kind of reflecting on my time with the game, my time with the company, and I just kept coming back to I just didn't feel anything. I felt nothing. I was just like, yeah. And I think the reason is because I've already been through this. And mine was a lot more traumatic and a lot more violent than what people are going through right now. Right now, it's like you all kind of sensed that this was coming. You kind of knew that this was going to happen eventually. I had my arm ripped off 6 years ago. You know what I mean? I had to go through this in a violent, tectonic, psychologically disruptive way. And it's like, now I'm to the point where I'm just kind of yeah, I kind of thought that was going to happen. Yeah. I told everybody 5 and 6 years ago, if they're running the company this way, boy, oh boy, is there a reckoning coming. I mean, you can't run a company that way. Hey, my man Pork Pie with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Gang says you felt all that 5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, you go through something that significant and that disruptive. It'll either be your undoing or it'll make you stronger. And by grace, I would say, from relationships and therapy and my wife and my friends, my friends in real life and my faith, I was able just to kind of weather it. And, I think that's why now I look at it, I'm like, I just don't really feel anything. I don't feel animosity. I don't feel like a propensity to celebrate, oh yeah, they're getting what's coming to them. Because I know that most of the people affected by this are probably undeserving of the pain coming their way. The employees that get laid off, the fans that were, supporting the game all this time. I mean, I think it'd have been real easy. The very human carnal side of me would have been like, I'm gonna walk out here, I'm gonna dance all over this, and it was just like, yeah, no, this kind of sucks. And I told people that this would happen, You know, it's bittersweet. What's good, Wolvie? It's called a sports system. Nova, thank you so much for 43 months in a Prime over there on Purple. Well, I also think when you have to process loss on a scale that I've had to process every day, it's like it's a wound that's there. There's scar tissue there of, you know, incalculable loss that still affects me to today, and it still affects what I'm able to do and what I'm able to earn for my family. Like, you know, it's like it's ever present. So it's hard for me to be like, oh no, the game. Oh no, the studio. It's like, yeah. Yep. This is what happens. That's their legacy. Their legacy is dishonesty and damage, you know. Their legacy is covering up misconduct and, you know, just being bad men, being bad leaders. That's their legacy. Like, okay, you had a successful live service game for 10 years. Does it really matter if this is your legacy? If this is the way you treated people? That's your legacy. Like, yeah, we can reminisce about raids and dungeons. Sure. That's great for us because, like, we went and experienced those things. But the company, the leaders, you talk about a tarnished legacy. History won't look back and smile on any of these people. Like, look at what you did. I don't know. I hope it was worth it. Everything about it is karmic. They wronged you and others, and now the karmic debt's hitting home. Yeah, but my problem with that read on that, Reaper, is so many people are getting hurt by this that probably had nothing to do with any of that. They're just employees, man. They're just like making stuff. They're just like making stuff, you know? That's what sucks about it. Hang on, what'd you say, Pork Pie? I forgot to type my message. Even if that petition got every streamer to sign it, Sony wouldn't budge. We'll see after the layoffs and leadership shakeup. Black Clark Griswold says, salute for taking the high road because what they did to you personally and professionally was over the top and nasty. Well, I appreciate that. You seem to have rebuilt your life and business. Well, you're a better man for that. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. It impacted your viewers back then. It impacted that entire directory for sure. Yeah, it was very it was very disruptive, you know, and it was unjust. It was unjust. I think the petition is stupid, says Dan. Everyone cried about Destiny for years, and now that it's dead, they want more. I don't understand. Well, here's the thing, Dan. You have to remember that a lot of the people that are upset about Marathon, or they're upset about the state of Destiny 2, a lot of them wanted Destiny 3. This is their... I think this is one of their more fundamental errors. After Lightfall, if they would have walked out and said sort of what they said last week in that blog, hey, listen, guys, we got to be real with you. This is it. Like, we got to move on. We got to make Destiny 3. And the only way we make a Destiny 3 is this game's got to go quiet. This game has to go on fumes and coast mode. I think the fans would have accepted that. They'd have been like, okay, you had a good run. The story has come to an end. But instead, they tried to string it along. And it just ended up being... And again, they probably couldn't come out and do that. They were too financially dependent upon Destiny 2 to just hit it with a wrecking ball like that. It would have been so damaging to the revenue. Destiny 2 still generates a ton of revenue. And they couldn't walk out and essentially say that. But that's what a lot of people would have been. People would have been very accepting of that. Like, yeah, it's come to a close. It's come to a close. The break would have been after Final Shape, not Lightfall. I keep saying the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Not Lightfall. Final Shape. You guys know what I mean. At the conclusion of the Dark Light Saga, I'm just using the wrong words. At the conclusion of the Dark Light Saga, if they had to come out and been like, this is it, boys. It's run its course. We've got to move on. I think people wanted that. After Lightfall, they should have said, we are doing Final Shape and turning our attention to the future of D3. I think Marathon's multiple delays also forced their hand. Right, sorry. I think I just misspoke when I said Lightfall. I think you guys were understanding where I was going with it. It was like, there were fans of Destiny that were like, they were ready. It's like, okay, after Final Shape, let's get out of here. It's over. There's nothing left. The story has come to a close. Today's been the hardest day for me so far. Never dreamt it would be affecting me like this. The tower's been my second home for 12 years. My soul feels lost. Listen, I'm here to tell you. It all comes back to this. This feels so serendipitous. When Destiny 2 launched, one of the things that I think people flocked to in my content was it felt like group therapy. It was like, it's going to be okay, guys. It's going to be okay. They can find a way. I looked at Destiny 2 and I saw the bones of that game and I said, this is a brontosaurus. They just got to put meat on the bones. And I believe they did that, and I believe they turned things around. And I believe we all got to reap those benefits. We got to do fun things like Corridors of Time and the Almighty crashing into the tower, and then the end of my career. And then, now, I'm the best person to tell you that it's going to be okay. Like, who's more qualified to tell you, yeah, it's going to be okay. You'll be all right. I got kicked out of the game 5 years ago. It was how I made money. It was how I provided for my family. I've been through blood, sweat, and tears trying to basically rebuild after a level of damage that's like, again, it's incalculable. I'm the best person to tell you, it's going to be fine. You're going to be all right. You can get through this. It sucks. I will never diminish how much it sucks to lose something like that, because I lived it. Like losing that thing, that third space, losing that community, that thing. Now, that was not something I think I would have been able to do on my own, though. It's not something I would have been able to do on my own strength. You know, I think you need something else. Unfortunately. Liquid Smoke with 60 months. Big Sad D2's dead. Welcome back from vacation. Thank you very much. You need another third space. Yo, Pork Pie, thank you for upgrading to Member Plus. That counts. I appreciate it. You need another third space. I'm gonna be real with you. Be real, son. Be real. They tried to kill my father. No. I'm gonna be real with you. You need a third space that probably isn't a video game. Because you're just on borrowed capital at that point. You're in borrowed space. You know? You could be nomadic and you could try to find somewhere else to go. Or you could hold out hope and, hope the Destiny 3 comes out. Or you could run to Warframe or, But Jadix, thank you so much for 26 months. Tons of YouTubers and streamers are acting like the game is dead as if it's being shut down. It's just being put into EOL. We have to understand something, ADJC. Yo, thank you so much, Eyes in the Filthy Casual. I felt nothing. This is a company who lied and deceived its players multiple times. I'm actually glad it's over, and I hope Marathon fails as well. Well, that's a take that I don't necessarily agree with, but that's your take. I think there's a difference this time, ADJC, because, thank you, Cuban, for your membership, bumping the line to 67. Age of Triumph in Destiny 1 felt like a celebration as well as a holding space, right? We knew what was coming. You could sort of enjoy Destiny 1's greatest hits because you're like, yes, Destiny 2's next. Right now, people feel like, well, there's nothing beyond this. So they feel a sense of sorrow. They feel a sense of grief. Like, wait, so this is it? What's the point? Like, I think there's a sense of, like, futility. Of, like, well, what's the point? Why would I go and do all that stuff if there's nothing on the other side of this? I'm going to start preaching. Listen, I'm going to start preaching. Thank you so much for the $8. Jim Rayner, Marathon's putting on maintenance mode in 8 months. Bungie gets shut down. Sony announces Destiny 3 made by a different studio. I mean, there's some wild predictions in that super chat. Thank you very much. I don't know about all that, but I get it. I get why people feel a sense of despair and they feel very discouraged. Thank you so much, Storm, for a prime 62 months. And thank you, Storm, for a VIP on YouTube. Thank you for the double dip. I've stared into the abyss, boys. I know what it is to feel that sense of, well, what the frick now? In the movie Friday Night Lights, which is a fantastic movie with an incredible soundtrack by Explosions in the Sky, there's a pretty heartbreaking scene where the all-star player has been injured to the point where he's done. Booby Miles is his name. He's clearing out his locker, and he's keeping on a strong face. He gets to his car. He sits next to his uncle, and he falls to pieces. And he's like, what am I going to do now that I can't play football? To him, what's next? I've been there, boys. Like, what's next? If I can't do this, if I can't cover this, if I don't have this thing, then what's next? What do I do? I get it. Now, give Booby the ball. That's right. I have. Again, we don't get too deep in these weeds here, but I have a hope in something else. I have a third space in something else. You could take the next game from me. You could take my Twitch channel again. You could come after me again. You could take it all. And I'd be like, that sucks. That's incredibly hard. Here we go again. It would be extremely upsetting and traumatic. But I'd still have hope. And I think that's the biggest challenge in these spaces, is that games can become, these communities can become so important that you don't really realize its importance until all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, this thing's under threat now. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, where am I gonna go? Where am I gonna spend my time? Like, I get it. Eyes and Filthy Casual with a $5 super chat. Hate to be a negative Nancy, but I just don't like how they manage both D1 or D2. The Destiny community have not made things easy either. I can't believe we didn't get a third Darkness subclass before it was all over. Year 8, The Edge of Fate, and Renegades, total waste of time. Will there be another game by Bungie? I don't know. What's the Twitch number 16 about? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the future holds for Bungie. I don't. they could subs. Oh, the 16. I'm stupid. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's how many subs we've got today. So it's a little rivalry between YouTube and Twitch. I don't know what the future holds for Bungie. I don't know what the future holds for Destiny. You know, I feel for the people that feel untethered. I feel for the people that feel like they're, you know, they're losing something that was, you know, significant and really important to them. You know, I get it. I know better than anybody what it is to lose that. I also know that there's a lot of other great games and a lot of other great experiences to be had, and there's other things out there that are, you know, more permanent, more meaningful. Thank you, Pork Pie, for a $2 super chat. Your channel has been my constant since Corridors. Well, I appreciate that. Bungie isn't going anywhere. They'll make another game. It just won't be the Bungie that we know or the Bungie that Bungie knows right now. Destiny 3 will come back. PlayStation 6 or 8. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be that long. And I don't think if they made a Destiny 3, they wouldn't. They certainly couldn't skip PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 saturation will be too large to ignore. I think Colin Moriarty made a really good point when I interviewed him. He's like, these consoles are too good. He's like, nobody has an angst to get off of the PS5 the way they did. Like, I got to get off the PS3. And you could see they didn't really have that same level of angst to get off the PS4. And that's going to continue to happen. That's going to continue to happen. You're going to continue to get this sense of, like, I don't really need to change. But this is a perfectly good console. So, like, you wouldn't be able to have a Destiny 3, like, skipping the PS5. Like, you wouldn't be able to do that. There'd be too many of them. There won't be this overwhelming sense of, like, I've got to get off the PS5. It's just not good enough. It's a very, very good and capable machine. And then there's the percentage of people who got pros. They're not going to be in a hurry to switch either. They're getting very, very good performance out of games. Like, you're going to have a harder time getting those people to move. You just are. There are a lot of ways to smooth things out, says Artie. They need the overpriced microtransactions, sunsetting, subpar expansions, all that stuff. D2 was in decline well before Sony. Yeah, the attempt to blame Sony here is just by bad actors. They're not arguing in good faith. They're not. I don't think anybody could put together a compelling, facts-based argument that this is somehow Sony's fault. I think it's a complete rejection of the facts. Lono wouldn't have had fun in Returnal and Saros if he was still floating in orbit in D2. Probably true. Zinthos with 55 months. Good to have you back. Hope your vacation went well. Thank you very much. I don't know what this word is you guys keep using. You guys keep saying vacation. I don't know what that is. I'm a dad, all right? We don't take family trips. I'm sorry, we don't take vacations. We take family trips. Yeah, I don't know what a vacation is. No. It was fine. We had a good time. Sony pulled the trigger, but it wasn't their fault. I think people lose sight of that. Sony's not pulling any of these triggers. All the layoffs and problems have been at Bungie's leadership and decision making. You know, Pete Parsons literally said that. It's so weird. Like, the CEO comes out and he's like, yeah, I ran the company into the red. We had too many incubation projects. And people are like, stinking Sony, man. It's just remarkable. It's remarkable to me. People are like, yeah, dude, Sony. Can you believe it? Can you believe Sony did this? Did what? Save the company from financial ruin? They saved the company from financial ruin, and then and then they absorb like 250 people who would have been laid off and jobless, and Sony takes them in. Then they absorb LFG, a new studio, and Gummy Bear as a project, Oh, I can't believe Sony did this. It's like, it's stupid. It's so dumb. Like I said, these are bad actors. They're not arguing in good faith. They're just making stuff up. Sony won't let them put a game out there without approval. I don't think they're going to let them do anything until the leadership is gutted and they restructure the company. I went on a big rant about this earlier. Look at everything that PlayStation has done. I'm sorry. Look at everything that Bungie has done. And you're like, well, but no, it's PlayStation, right? It's like, okay, well, hang on a second. Let's ask the question. Did PlayStation greenlight a bunch of incubation projects and decide not to make Destiny 3? No. That was Bungie's decision. That wasn't PlayStation. That was Bungie's decision. Bungie did that. Did PlayStation steal artwork? Did PlayStation do a showcase of an alpha? Did PlayStation cover up misconduct? Did PlayStation harass employees from a position of leadership? No. That was all Bungie. That was all Bungie leadership. Covering up misconduct, get fired for misconduct, mismanaging projects, mismanaging the company's bandwidth, putting the company into red. It was all Bungie. And the idea that, like, on the backside of all of that, they're going to be like, could we make Destiny 3, though? Could you guys give us some money to make Destiny 3? PlayStation's like, no. Sony's bad decision is also to keep investing in Marathon, but at the same time, it's the only revenue stream they have. The timeline... The timeline here, it's so clear why Sony has pulled up the reins and hasn't greenlit anything. It's so crystal freaking clear. It's like, this company has been mismanaged. They own them for like 5 minutes, and Hiroki Totoki is on an earnings call and he's like, we need some accountability over there. What is Sony responsible for then? Post-June, Sony's responsible for what happens next. Bungie's been operating independently this entire time. So, like, to act like Sony is responsible is just weird. It was one of the weirdest acquisitions I think I've ever seen. Like, they acquire them and they immediately come out and say, we're operating independently. All our games going forward are still going to, maintain multi-plat status. And even Sony comes out and co-signs and is like, they're going to continue to operate independently. So up to this point, to try to, like, retrofit blame on PlayStation is just freaking weird. Like, it was reported that they were basically headed. They were headed to financial ruin if it wasn't for the PlayStation buyout. That's where they were as a company. Is that PlayStation's fault? That PlayStation didn't put them in that position. 200 bits from Deathstorm. Cosmo just liked my tweet, thanking him for his work and calling out the higher-ups at Bungie for making them post screenshots of an article. I don't know what you're talking about. I wonder if that muzzle will be big enough this time next month. A £2 super chat from Ice Cold Cabbage says they're responsible for overpaying as a bare minimum. Right. I mean, you could say they overpaid. You could say they overestimated the value of Bungie. That certainly is something they have to be accountable for. Lynn Tao said internally. So Lynn Tao, she's the CFO, and she said that they have learned lessons. They're going to apply discipline to future investments. They basically have learned from this. This was not a good investment, is essentially what she was basically saying. Like, they're going to be more disciplined with their investments in the future. Like, I think they're owning the fact that, like, yeah, this didn't go very well. We spent 3.6. We valued the company at $2.5 billion, and we've taken an impairment loss of almost $1 billion on the company already. We've had to, they've had to absorb operational costs. Like, taking 250 employees and just absorbing them into SIE, that's not a small matter. That's not like a flick of a pen. It's like, no, like, logistically, institutionally, like, that was expensive to do. Like, 250 people were absorbed into SIE instead of just being flat out laid off. to be fair, according to most of Sony's first-party studios, Sony's is generally pretty hands-off. I was told that as well. They're very hands-off. It seems like they're going to have to be a little bit more hands-on this time around. Kat says the only blame you can put on Sony is that they didn't gut management at the start. I don't know if contractually they were able to do that, Kat. I think all roads lead to June. Like, June is it. It's like that's the point where PlayStation can step in. Because it was last year that Lin Tao, CFO of Sony, said Bungie's going to be restructured. We're restructuring Bungie. It was then labeled as a PlayStation studio. And now all of a sudden we're hearing that somewhere in that timeline, Bungie was like, hey, could we make Destiny 3? And PlayStation was like, no. Why? Well, because PlayStation was probably calculating, we're going to take an impairment loss on this studio. We're going to gut leadership. We're going to downsize the studio once we're in charge. And then we're going to be calling the shots. There is no reason to greenlight anything before that happens. It makes zero sense. You're not going to do anything. Like, Pete Parsons leaving, I think, was the beginning of a couple of things. We didn't break this story, but I think we were probably one of the only outfits to report on the very clear hiring freeze that's been in place for this year. There's been basically no hiring. There was one open position for Marathon. All other positions at the company, all open positions at Bungie, were zeros. Nothing. Now, for a company this size and games of this nature, you're always hiring. There's always somebody who's leaving, some position that's opening up. Perpetually, they have had open positions basically the entire time they've been in operation. And going into this year, there's a clear hiring freeze put in place. Why? That was the beginning. It was Parsons is out, hiring freeze. We're done. We're going to ride this thing until the wheels fall off. And once we're done with the final payout, we're in control. And then everybody's getting walked. All the leadership's going to get walked. They're going to probably lay a bunch of people off, restructure the studio, and then they'll make decisions about what happens next. Can you explain how a company on the verge of collapse are valued so high? No idea. I couldn't tell you how Pete Parsons pulled it off. I couldn't tell you. He played the game real well. He did. He's old school Microsoft guy. Like he's got that the corporate. He's got the corporate swagger in his blood. I don't know how he did it. I really don't. If we're lucky, PlayStation may use the Destiny IP for an exclusive PlayStation game someday in the future, but probably not. I'm also on Xbox. It has to be based on prior success. Creature says the IP and the data. Yeah. That'd be the only thought, is that PlayStation saw value in the IP and the data. The institutional knowledge and the structural background of a decade-long live service game. And if they saw that as extremely valuable for whatever the frick reason, because they wanted their Center for Live Service Excellence to be, essentially up and running, headed by Bungie. I don't think they're backing off, by the way. I don't think they're backing off live service. There are people that think that that's happening. There are people that think that they're going to back off live service. No. I feel Parsons pushed their live service success for their other games. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you think Bungie's next step is having all 800 staff work in one game, or splitting the team into 3 different teams to work on smaller games, not $400 million ones? I honestly couldn't tell you. Yo, thank you, Chrono. Chrono's going to rate us on both platforms, guys. Be sure to check out Chrono. He streams on YouTube, Twitter, and Purple, I believe. It's easy to show potential and talk up your situation, and probably showed previous earnings the next year. Well, here's the thing that we need to remember. When they allocated, so when Sony allocated $8 billion, they increased the budget by $8 billion for acquisition. And if you remember what they said, they were going to focus on IP and licensure with that increase in acquisition costs. Now, some of that we thought was for anime and manga. It was well, they're going to go after, some of the shows and stuff. And they certainly have done that. And they're doing different things in that avenue. I'm very uneducated in that department, so I don't exactly know what they've purchased, but I know they've done some moves within the anime world. Okay? But if they saw fit to say $8 billion, increase the budget by $8 billion for acquisition, and their targets were IP, that might make sense of why they were willing to spend about $2.5 billion of valuation on Bungie. They're like, no, yeah, that's worth it. The IP's worth it. Now, the extra for employee retention, not really sure why they did that. A lot of that, I believe, is tied up in stock and share value, which, again, that final amortized payment could be related to the fact that they took an impairment loss. Like the company being devalued by almost $1 billion could be PlayStation's way of lowering that final payout. I don't know. I do not know how it all works. That's not my area. I'm like, okay, they spent the extra 1.2. I don't even know if all those monies have been paid. I don't know how all that worked, because it was tied to something with shares and stocks invested and all of that. And so the devaluation of Bungie could be related to the money that they end up getting paid in that final payout. That's how he fooled Sony for the 3.6. We don't know if PlayStation feels like they got fooled. They might not feel like they got scammed. They are going to, after it's all said and done, they're going to have over a decade of institutional knowledge and data about all of the live service ups and downs of Destiny. They're going to have all that data, all those people, all that expertise. Okay? They're going to have that. They are also going to have an IP that has survived all this time. Now, I want you to think about something. Zoom out and stop thinking about Bungie and PlayStation for just a second. How valuable is user behavioral data right now? How valuable would you say it is? On a scale of 1 to 10, companies that are attempting to be successful in the digital age, how valuable is behavioral data? Pretty valuable, I would say. Scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 10. So we may be missing the forest for the trees here, and PlayStation thought, we don't care about you, and we don't care about you. We want the data. That, to them, is gold. It would be like overpaying for a house because you know it's sitting literally atop of a gold reservoir. You're like, yeah, no, that's fine, it's fine. That house isn't worth $500,000. Yeah, well, I wanted it. And then you mine the gold and you make back 10 times what you spent on the house. That's literally how they could have looked at this. They could have looked at Bungie and said, Bungie's not worth $3.6 billion. Their frickin' data is worth $3.6 billion. It's possibly why they had retention baked in. Like, I just don't know. Like, maybe they didn't want those people to leave because they were like, we need those people because they're the ones who can do the data, analysis because they've been there long. I just don't know. The data doesn't make sense. Destiny has more players than Marathon right now. You're thinking so small. Homie, they have data all the way back to the launch of Destiny 1. Every high, every low, every login, every lost player, every gained player. They have it all. All of it. They have 12 years of behavioral data on millions of people. Millions. I'm telling you, we may have missed the entire forest for the trees here. PlayStation would have looked at them and thought, the data is worth every cent we're spending here. And the IP is a benefit, and the studio is a benefit. That's all a cherry on top. Evidenced by the fact that they absorbed 250 people into SIE. They clearly see the staff as worthwhile, or they would have let all those people go. I'm telling you, in this day and age that we live right now, data is so infinitely valuable. They're probably thinking, everybody thinks that we bought a bill of goods and we got ripped off. Y'all don't know what we actually bought. We didn't buy Bungie. We bought a reservoir of data on gamer behavior in an ongoing monetized format. I mean, the data isn't just data either. It's so value rich. It's like they have 12 years of behavioral data on people within an ongoing game monetized. It's like there's so much there. It's like, well, how much do they spend? When did they spend? What prompts the most spend? Like, all of those data points are just infinitely valuable. And PlayStation might be like, 3.6 billion was nothing. I mean, we increased our acquisitional budget by 8 billion. Do you think 3 is a problem for us? Like, they're probably like, nah, it's fine. Sony now owns the best gunplay ever created, and they have the data that made it work and the inside baseball for how it was built. Yeah, if they could figure out how to retrofit the way Tiger feels with respect to movement and gunplay into a new engine, whew, oh, that'd be good. Didn't they say that's why they bought Bungie, for their knowledge? One of the primary reasons they bought Bungie was to help start the Center for Live Service Excellence. And then they onboarded Bungie. And one of the first projects that Bungie looked at was The Last of Us Factions. Crazy16 says, I've repeated this since the second year of Destiny 2. As much as my love run deeps for the entire concept and delivery of the game, its environment, and all the minutia, the leaders through all of its stages have clearly paid zero attention to the actual purpose of the game. They've lost total touch with creating new concepts that build upon the existing framework and instead created a cyclical update system that isolated a specific group of people, divided into two groups. Well, you have to understand something. I don't think you're wrong, but I think you're observing the inevitable trajectory of a game if it wants to be successful in this environment. You have to gamify the game. You have to make the game work financially. You know, and that does take a lot of the mystique away. JW says, I feel like Tiger's just too old. It needs a new engine or a big update. I don't think that Tiger's too old. I think Tiger is just too slow. It's not agile enough. They can never do anything quickly. Like when something is broken and is a problem, what do? They just disable it. That's how fast they can act. They're like, we'll just disable it. We can't fix this quickly. Think of how long it takes them to fix things. I think that's the biggest threat to Marathon. The biggest threat to Marathon is that they're not going to be able to make changes fast enough. Like, oh, they're going to bring in some PvE, yeah, experimental, like halfway through the season or whatever. The biggest threat is it's going to take them way too long to do anything with it. You're not going to be able to get people and keep people because there's not going to be enough substance to the PvE. It's going to take too long. I think that's the greatest threat to Marathon right now. Marathon has like a significant problem, which is it's a niche of a niche in a market where you're fighting for every scrape of attention you can get from people, and the live service pool is very full and very saturated, and you have a niche of a niche. Now, beyond that, as they try to evolve and broaden the horizon and the approachability, the next biggest threat they're facing is Tiger. It's going to take too long for them to do anything. Hilly, thank you for 17 months. He says, let's go, let's go. Corporate structure, my man. People aren't understanding. Cost too high, spend too much, all of which cut bonuses for the 1%. Tiger sees Telesto and runs away. I'm on holiday. We'll be in and out this week. Enjoy it, Hilly. Thank you, MickD09, for 52 months. Gets us to 72. Hope you had a great vacation, Lona. Thank you so much, MickD09. This is almost entirely renewals today. I think we've had like a couple of singles and a 10 bomb and a 5 bomb. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. Yep. Bunch of signals, 5 bomb, 10 bomb. This is almost all renewals, guys. Thank you so much for all those renewals. We're on pace pretty much. If we end the day on 100, we're on pace Saturday will be Madam continuing her journey in Destiny 1. That's been very, very enjoyable. So continue to do your celebrations, your renewals, and your gifteds. Do me a quick favor and go crazy on the like button. Try to get us to 400 likes and give me 1 quick second. And thank you, Hissing Badger, for subscribing 3 months over there on Purple. I appreciate it. Okay. Sorry. Needed a quick break. Okay. Are we done? No. I just need a quick break. Sorry. Let's see here. What are you guys saying? Please don't move Destiny to TV shows. Oh, they wanted to do that. They wanted to do that. Remember? They had pretty big plans for the franchise. They had pretty big plans for the franchise. They were going to do like a lot of like extra media stuff. And they were going to like put a studio in Amsterdam, and they were going to get into publishing. Yo, Hounds, thank you so much for getting us a 74. Thanks for 5 months. We're 1 member away. I currently owe 2 members to YouTube, a TV show. I'm be real with y'all. A Destiny anime could go real hard though. I mean, you get a good animation style. You got really, really cool lore and characters. I don't know, dude. Hey, somebody ordered some coffee. Thank you so much. JW ordered 3 bags of light. I appreciate you. Somebody ordered some, like, I think like the day we were leaving town, and we were not able to get that to the post office. I think it was Kale. She's around pretty regularly, so we will ship all that tomorrow. Yo, Citizen is gonna land that 75 plane, and there it is. I owe YouTube 3 members currently. We'll see if you guys can get it to the point where I owe you 5. No news on 007 First Light comes out tomorrow. Yeah, well, tomorrow's early access, isn't it? And Pork Pie Gifts a member. Little too slow. That's an Agents of Chaos. And we're now sitting at 76. Thank you so much, Pork Pie. I don't know. Is the embargo tomorrow? I feel like the embargo is probably going to be tomorrow. And then we'll be able to play. I think we'll be able to play early access tomorrow. I think you have to pre-order deluxe edition or something like that. That's like the new thing, is you can play like 2 days early when you do the thing. When you pre-order like the big edition or whatever. I was able to use my PlayStation Portal and roll credits on Mouse PI for hire. I did that after Sorrows, and then now I'm moving on to Batman, but I don't know which one's going to win in that fight this week, Batman or 007. I don't know. I was hoping that I could play both and that Batman would be my co-op game with Madam, but that game is locked to 30 FPS, unfortunately. Early access tomorrow. Luckily, the deluxe is the standard 70. Okay. You just have to pre-order. That's all you have to do. Okay. Which Batman? Lego Batman. For whatever reason, the split screen co-op is capped at 30, even on the Pro. I'm like, I don't want to experience the game like that, so be playing that one by myself, I guess. JW, 63 months. Been a great run, so looking forward to the future here. I think I already added you to the total, JW, because like it popped in chat earlier, didn't it? What, didn't it? Or am I dreaming? I feel like it already did. Or maybe... No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just you chatting. I don't know. I'll add it. Co-op is? Yes. Yeah, really unfortunate. Doesn't seem like a game where that would be the case. Is that the Hitman reskin game? People seem to be really, really enjoying it. So we'll see if the review embargo is tomorrow for 007. To be honest, the game has frame drops when there's a massive amount of studs exploding everywhere. Really? I don't know what they did to that game. Did you hear Colin's PSN account got hacked? Yes. I am not drawing attention to it because I don't want people to, know more than we already know, because until it gets fixed, it's I don't think it's worth spreading. So it's terrible and sucks, and yeah, that's the extent of my coverage until it's fixed. So you ordered coffee, maybe that threw you off. Yeah, that might be it. Maybe that is. Maybe that's what threw me off. Lego Batman performance is not good, apparently. I was messing around, running people and stuff over with the Batmobile, and I was destroying a lot of stuff and had some slight drops. Just ordered some coffee. Thank you very much. Guys, memberships, likes, subs, coffee, it all supports. Thank you so much. Everybody that does that, I appreciate it. Thank you, Kel Bob. I appreciate that very, very much. Ordering 3 bags of light. Our light roast, and I got the Frickmas back there. They're 12-ounce bags. They're cheaper than coffee that you can get like at the grocery store right now because we're trying to move through the inventory. So it's like $10.95 a bag, which is really good price for really good coffee. So we're hoping that we can clear through that inventory and then things can settle down globally and we can re-up the dark. I'm playing it on the Pro. It runs really well. I barely notice the frame drops, and my vertigo always kicks in whenever I notice it in other games. Yeah, it's probably not too bad solo, but... And a 5-bomb comes in from JW and gets us to 82 on the week. Thank you so much. The Starters and Lego Batman's not as bad. With the day 1 patch, it was bad in early access. Oh, really? Okay. Well, then hopefully they're working on it. Because I really wanted to play that co-op with Madam. It runs just fine on PS5 Pro and Performance. I mean, I played most of the... Not most of. I played a bunch of the opening yesterday. I didn't see anything, but I was playing solo, so... Disappointed didn't get a PS5 Pro Enhanced update. Same. Like, same. I don't know what the heck they're doing. It's disappointing. Disappointing to see a game that should have had like zero problems, facing that. Performance is generally locked at 60 in performance mode. Yeah, when I was playing, that's how it felt. That's how it felt to me. So, I was around back with the D1 Twitch crew. Oh, I was around back then. The D1 Twitch crew are okay. So I don't know what you're referring to, but thanks. Anyways, I'm trying to think there were other elements of the Bungie situation I feel like we haven't discussed. Marathon, I feel like they spin off into like a team or studio just for Marathon. I feel like Bungie strips down to 400 to 500 people. I feel like at that point the only option is for them to build D3. If they're gonna try to go the route of a new IP, I just don't know. I really don't. I think that's just such a harder thing to pull off these days, for live service especially, because the dilemma that they're going to eternally face is that they'll just constantly be compared to Destiny, and people will be like, why didn't you just build Destiny 3? Like, why did you build this? I think that's where a lot of people would probably land, and that's just the comparison that they would always be facing. Not going to lie, I'm kind of shocked that D2 is dead. I mean, I know we talked about it so crazy. Granted, I don't play anymore, but always thought I'd be back. Well, I think we need to be a little careful in our declarations. It's not dead. It's that, they're not going to do more beyond it. Crazy 16. I already read that comment. I'm not sure why you pasted it again. About... That was weird. Did you retract the message? It showed up again. I think you might have just pasted it by mistake. Don't worry, Hunter's Gathering is on the way. Yeah. Some are suggesting new games and IPs based on the Destiny universe. I mean, okay, so there was clearly some work done on Payback. They had a concept. Maybe that's what they end up greenlighting, and then they can have kind of a jump start to the project if some of that work's already done. My concern there would be, then there'd be people that are wanting Noseworthy and Luke Smith to come back. And I don't think you want any of those guys to come back. I think that ship has sailed. You know what I mean? Payback was Luke and Mark's project. No, thank you. Yeah, I mean, but again, it could have preliminary work done to jumpstart it. It still could be a good game after it's all said and done. But yes, the preliminary work, I think, is. I think that's always going to be a challenge. Like when you're starting a new project. Okay, I need to switch categories for this channel skin. Anytime you're doing that, you're starting a new project. There's all that preliminary work, right? You need to scope it out. You need your vision. You need your concept art, storyboarding, blah, 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 blah. If all that's already been done, I don't know. If Luke Smith comes back, I'm not buying Destiny 3. You can use their ideas without the drawbacks of actually having them, says Creature. I started all 3 new characters in Destiny 1, and over the last month, I've been having a great time getting them all to 4,400. Says Kat. Yeah, I was wanting to do that, Kat. Go all the way back through Destiny 1 and all the way back through Destiny 2. We don't really have a way of pursuing getting Destiny 2 unbanned. I don't have a contact. I don't have anybody I could talk to. Because it clearly wasn't, it shouldn't have happened, but, nobody is going to be willing to admit that, Anyone else still wondering what Gummy Bears is and if they'll show anything? Yeah, I don't know. It sounded like it was like a MOBA, which as soon as I hear MOBA, I'm not interested. I'm like, oh, I like mentally just instantly check out. Like, not interested. What are your thoughts are instead of Bungie if NetEase were the ones to restart the Destiny universe and make Destiny 3? I mean, that has certainly been tossed around as an idea. People have been like, hey, what if they, what if they let somebody else build a Destiny, like a new Destiny, right? I don't know. Just read the heart soul sinking news that Destiny 2 is ending live content updates. Does this mean no more chapters and no more new stuff in Destiny 2? They're going to do a bunch of new stuff in the summer, and then that's the last hurrah. If so, my Destiny 2 heart is punctured. As soon as I saw Marathon, that Marathon is definitely not a game for me because of the overwhelming bright colors just dazzling me. Maybe they should have not released Marathon. I don't necessarily think this was ever avoidable, Biko. I just don't think it was avoidable. I think no matter what, you were going to be facing this dilemma. You were going to be facing the end of the road. Like, they had to stop supporting D2 and start working on something else. Destiny 2 just couldn't continue. It's the sad reality, but it was inevitable. It was always, this day was always going to show up. It's crazy how you got banned for nothing, but cheaters are running rampant in both games, and they do nothing about it. Yeah. Well, they didn't even ban me through Bungie. It was very underhanded. They went into Steam and did like a dev ban there. So like the Bungie website doesn't even treat me like I'm banned. It's very bizarre. It was time for D2 to end so new things could be explored. Yeah, I think after the final shape, they just should have come out and been like, guys, that's the end. We got to start working on something else. But I think the dilemma that they've always faced is they are financially dependent upon Destiny. Like, they're financially dependent upon it. I mean, that's the reality. They couldn't just stop and be like, yeah, well, it's fine. We'll just, start working on something else. It's like, no, they needed people to continue spending money in Destiny 2. And if the minute you let people know that like the road is coming to an end, the money dries up. Like, I'm not going to defend what they did because apparently like most of Bungie found out about this when the TWAB was posted, when the update was posted. But the fact of the matter is they couldn't let people know this was happening because it would have leaked. And then it would have leaked, and then it would have been doomsday, and then it would have been like, they needed this to literally go out the minute it went out. It needed to be like, yeah, this is what we're doing. This is the update. And I'm not defending that. It sucks. That's a terrible way to find out that your game is basically over. The game that you're currently working on, the game that you're currently employed to work on. But if it would have gone out internally before that point in time, then it would have been leaked, and then everybody would find out, and then your revenue stream just immediately dries up. I think that's why people are having such a sort of depressed feeling about it, because this is the end. You can play on PlayStation then? No. Because of cross save, I go to play on PlayStation or Xbox and it says I can't. Like if I go to disable crossplay on Bungie's website, it says there's an error on my Steam account. And I was banned for 9999999 days. So it's there's 180,000 days left on the ban. So it's not a legitimate ban. It wasn't you broke terms of service or you cheated and then it came through Bungie, which then you're given a reason and then you can appeal. That's not what happened. Somebody at a pretty high level went into Steam and did a dev ban through Steam. So, do you think they would have recouped some goodwill by saying that right after Final Shape, that they're working on Destiny 3? I mean, the issue is that I think you're correct. I think the player base would have respected that. Here's where they might have misfired too, and I just thought about this. If people knew and were confident that a third Destiny was coming, they'd be more apt to like spend time and money in Destiny 2 as it winds down because they know it's not coming to an end. Now, you'll see people basically just jump ship. They'll be like, well, what the frick is the point? If it's over, it's over. If there's no Destiny 3, you see what I mean? Like, I think the viewpoint from the players is like, why would I continue? Like, I think it was different when Age of Triumph hit. We had this conversation earlier. I think it was different when Age of Triumph hit in Destiny 1 because it was like everybody knew we were headed to Destiny 2. So people played, people grinded, and people spent money because it was like, well, yeah, Destiny 2's coming. Yeah, my spirits are good. Now, it's like, well, if there's no Destiny 3, then what's the point of any of this? The new form of Bungie will be a small developer to maintain Marathon. D3 is far from reality until Sony, either one, realizes the cash cow that could be in D3 and they greenlight, or Marathon or Bungie turns Marathon drastically around. I think that they're not going to greenlight Destiny 3 until after the company's been restructured and the leadership's been walked out the door. That's what I think. I think you gotta walk people out the door before you can even consider doing anything like that. Because listen, they can't greenlight a project of that scope and that it's going to be expensive. They can't do that until they're confident that the company has been put into a much better position leadership-wise and structural-wise, like structurally. They definitely need to get rid of some of the bad heads at Bungie. Birdface says, this hurt because I found you just before Beyond Light. I was there for the band live, and I called out the BS, but you were 100% on the money. Yeah, I told you guys back then, in the wake of 2020, and Chris Barrett basically taking credit for my Twitch ban. Like, I got banned from Twitch, and he basically took credit for it on Twitter. You know, he tweeted the all done bye-bye thing. Like he got the call. Yep, it's taken care of. In the wake of that, all the way to February of 2021, I kept telling people, if you run a company like this, there's going to be a reckoning. It just is. That's just how it works. I don't think I've ever seen a person or company that corrupt have it not snap back on them. And then there was the IGN piece. Then there was the ousting of Christopher Barrett as a predator. And then there was the stolen artwork. It's like there's just been this pattern of just, hubris and self-righteousness. Like, well, they can do no wrong. And it's like, I kept saying that this will run into the ground. You can't run a company like this. You can't. Eventually it all comes to a head. And that's, I said in my show open, you can call it karma or you can call it justice. I call it a warning. And I think people should heed the warning. I think there's a lot of people that are still hiding things and still keeping things in the dark. And I think it's always best to just disinfect in his light, man. I think people should drag everything into the light. I think the streamers and the creators that were part of stuff should drag it on to the light. I think employees should drag it on to the light. And, Chris Barrett's lawsuit, if it goes forward to discovery, I think we'll learn a whole bunch of stuff about Bungie. I think it's going to be almost impossible as the dust settles, because people will start talking, by the way. Like, if you're one of the bad actors and you're one of the people that did wrong all these years, I think there's cause to be nervous, because people are going to talk. They're going to. They're going to talk to the press. They're going to talk to the press anonymously. Like, this isn't over. Like, there'll be a whole... I mean, if there's one thing we can count on, it's a post-mortem from Jason Schreier at Bloomberg. How embarrassing that must have been for Chris after all that showboating around your situation. Have you watched any of Cross's reactions? No, I haven't. Yeah, solemn. It's funny how when there's actual evidence, like tangible, empirical paper trail of being a predator, instead of when there is no evidence. Isn't that interesting how that plays out? This falls 100% on Bungie. Sony's just reacting to Bungie's bad decisions. Well, and I don't necessarily think Sony could have just kicked the door in and taken over. I think there was contractual things that kept that from being possible. I don't think this entire time they would have been able to do much. So waiting for Leanna to spill the info she kept quiet about for $67 million. Well, that's the thing. A lot of them are going to stay quiet because they sign non-disparaging agreements. That's how they keep the victims quiet. That's how they keep people from exposing what happened. You know, they get them to sign non-disparaging agreements. You get a nice, hefty pension, and it's like you talk about financial ruin. They're not going to say anything. Why would you put yourself in that situation? Like, nobody wants to jeopardize their that scale of money. Nobody wants to jeopardize that. That's not a thing that like the average person can just weather. Like, oh yeah, I'll be fine, because you could potentially even get sued. It's not about your severance package just being like taken away. It's like you could literally be sued by breaking an NDA, by breaking a non-disparaging agreement. If you got to mere time, Ben Mir, time me out. The view bot is real. In reality, sucks you got no viewers playing this weekend. I don't know what you're talking about. I have a very active chat right now. I mean, if all the lurkers want to chime in to show this guy how many real viewers we have, you think I'm view botting for 200 viewers? Are you insane? That would be worthless. We're nowhere in the grand scheme of any directory. If everybody on Purple wants to chime in and let this guy know, we have a lot of lurkers because it's basically a podcast. So I can look silly, I guess. They're going to stay extra quiet now, says Solemn. The husband of one of the females was publicly covered across the internet as being a corporate and fired for it. Right. There you go. You see? We only have like 200 viewers on Twitch, brother. You think we're view botting? I have like 600 people watching on YouTube. Jiminy Christmas. I mean, there are pretty big people who view bot for thousands. I can't imagine view botting for 200. Our viewership is a little bit higher than normal. We're usually at about 100. So I don't know. You can have cheddars, but it's a bunch of bots in your chat. Bots with red, gold, green, and purple badges? What? You're having a hard time. It'll be okay. You created your account 2 months ago. I'm sure you're being genuine. Just throwing an absolute tantrum. He can't even put together a sentence that like makes sense. Lurker here for context and opinion, so I can further process the news. Yeah, we have plenty of lurkers. Like it's not abnormal, especially if we're talking Bungie and Destiny. We tend to get more viewers because of my history with the company. Have you tried Once Human? I have not. We're totally bots. Yeah, YouTube's over here going crazy. Botting for 200 would be embarrassing. It would be completely and utterly pointless. Yeah. Yo, Gritter, thank you so much for 52 months on YouTube. Welcome back, Lono. Did you and the family have a great vacay? We did, man. Thank you very much, Gritter. I appreciate it. We had a relaxing time. The kids swam like fish. They slept like rocks, dude. It was a good trip for them. I lurk while I game. Yeah, we have a lot of people to do that. Not sure you caught my resub. Oh, I miss it. Unwound Automaton. No. Unwound Automaton. Dadgummit. I reverted to my old way of pronouncing it. 10 months. Unwound Automaton gets us to 84. Thank you so much, sir. That's a lot of months. Greetings, other Lono patrons in the chat. Bot Dante here, making roll call. Please update registry in bot Discord. Beep boop chat. That's right. Reporting for duty. It's Purple Lono streaming website. It's Twitch. Yeah, I try not to say the name of the platform too much. YouTube kind of frowns on that. Yeah. Lono came back with a tan and long hair, ready to grind. I don't think my hair is long, and I don't think I'm tan. I did not get much sun. They have a pool, and it's very much in the shade. It's great. Heated pool in the shade, dude. It's wonderful. Oh, man. Appreciate you guys very, very much. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button yet, man, be sure to do that. That does help me out, and I appreciate it very, very much. Lono, check Matt last message. D the Great says, are you going to get your Barbara Walters on and do anonymous interviews with a deep voice? Watching earned a drop. Oh, you guys are getting drops because of this the stream skin that we're running. We're running like a Subnautica 2 stream skin. Jatoak comes in with 56 months, says, end of an era. Anthony with 16 months says, is that a Wrath of the Machine shirt you're wearing? Yes, it is. Yeah. I have a lot of Destiny shirts, and I took to wearing them again, because why not? Just know I love all my fellow Spartans and Guardians. No reinforcements, no backup, just us. You see any dinosaurs? No. Excuse me. Nope. Ready for First Light tomorrow? Yes, we will be playing that tomorrow. There's rumors about the next GTA 6 trailer hitting tomorrow from the guy who debunked the Best Buy thing, but excuse me. There's also people saying that like Rockstar's really petty, and if you leak the trailer date, they'll straight up just move it just to be petty. And I'm like, I kind of feel like excuse me, I kind of feel like they would do that at this stage. I feel like they totally would. They'd be like, yeah, we're not doing that. We're not dropping it on that date. That guy ruined it. Unwound Automaton. I guess I'll hit the button here too. Thank you very, very much. We're at 87. 75 degrees today. No clouds. Perfect day. Could do with a slight breeze. Lona's whiter after vacation. Pretty much. Gritter using his Prime on Twitch as well. If you guys have Amazon Prime, you can do that every month, and it doesn't cost you anything, but it does support me. And Vaughn Raz. I missed you over there, Vaughn. 22 months on Twitch. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much for renewing over there, Vaughn. And Vaughn did it here as well. I'm sorry. No, he didn't. Did he do it on YouTube? No, he just did it on Twitch. Sorry. I'm getting myself confused because I have two chats open. By the way, I'm a bot too. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. We appreciate all of your bottage. Completely random, but I love this shotgun. Oh, man, do I want frickin' Witchfire on console so bad. Off topic, we get a chance to play Forza. I'm not a racer guy, but I'm addicted to the game. No, there's no reason for me to. I got offered a code for Forza, and I declined it. Yo, call me Bison. Thank you so much for using your Prime. And CM Pro used their Prime, and we got a hype train on purple. Perfect time. We're 10 away from the milestone of 100. And C. Lou with 37 months over there on YouTube. Bit of a member train happening on both platforms right now. Thank you so much. Unhide me on YouTube. I'll resubscribe there too. I don't even know how to do it. I don't even know what is it the same exact username? Is it Solemn Argus? In my opinion, Bungie's issue started long before being acquired by Sony. The upper management ran the studio into the ground. I think you're exactly right, Skater Vandy. And missed a Polar Bear with 34 months and a member plus over there on YouTube. And not even watching with 4 months of Prime over there on purple. Thank you. And a 10 bomb comes in from Kat. And she claims the milestone for YouTube. That's a big one. Thank you, Kat. That's so generous. I currently owe YouTube 4. I owe you... How do I owe you 4? Oh, because you've claimed every milestone. That's what it is. I owe you 4. You guys can get it to the 125, and I'll owe YouTube a 5 bomb. We're basically 20 away. Thank you very, very much for that one, Kat. And 3.5 minutes left on the hype train over there on purple. I don't know if it's related, but I read yesterday that mobile Destiny game was also having huge player count loss. I mean, that's not super surprising. Like, I didn't see Destiny Rising as being some super resilient game. And Stone Spire gifts a single. He's trying to tempt the 20 bomb to 125. It'd be the first 20 bomb of the week. A nice return back. If we double every day's quota, that would be amazing. We'll have to do another double header, which we would have to do all on Saturday. And a 5 bomb comes in from JW and gets us to 110. Thank you, JW. I think if things were different and after the Final Shape episodes in D3 were greenlit back then by Sony, people would be hyped. Thank you, Friend of Ninjas, for a VIP renewal. 39 months is a lot of months. And a 20 bomb comes in from Pork Pie and gets us to 131. And I owe YouTube a 5 bomb. There it is. The first 20 bomb of the week from none other than Pork Pie. This man needs a tag team partner. He'll start going crazy. So don't let him run away with it and be the biggest and the best. And everybody hit the like button if you haven't already. Let's try to get to 500 likes. And there are the 5 members that I owe YouTube. Thank you very, very much. 106 to 25. Purple, make it interesting. You got 2 minutes left on the hype train, Purple. I felt like Destiny Mobile is a perfect example of why you don't want another company developing Destiny 3. It, wasn't a looter. You know, Pork Pie says challenge accepted. Somebody's got it. Somebody go toe-to-toe with this guy. Come on. He's getting to stand pretty tall right now. Nobody's challenging him. Dodging gifts over here. Make sure your gifted is set to accepted, Rhyme. You have to do that. It's not on by default. You have to have it on my channel. You have to enable it on my channel, or you won't get it. But yeah, Destiny Rising was like wasn't a looter. I think that was one of the biggest mistakes they made. I remember when we looked at the details and people were like, are you going to play it? I'm like, no, it's not a looter shooter. It was like a completely different structure, how they had it set up. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play that. It just didn't interest me. JW says, I decided to give you my money that I was going to use for Soros. Money well spent, in my opinion. Well, I appreciate that. Pork Pie says, I decided to support YouTube for today. Well, I appreciate it, Pork Pie. When all the subs and super chats, my name on YouTube is Solemn Argus, no underscore. Okay, Solemn Argus, no underscore. But there's a space? Let me see if I can just find you. Solemn Argus. Filter it to only look for channels. Yeah, I'm not seeing you. I need like your URL, like youtube.com/ whatever the frick it is. Yes, a space. I can't search for a name with a space. It's like, that's not a thing. You can't have a URL with a space. Like when you go to your profile, what is it? youtube.com/ what? And I can go there and unhide you. YouTube's admin control is not very good. I went and fixed it. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so Rhyme Stranger can now receive gifts. There we go. I'm actually playing Rising right now. There are players, but it's meh. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not a looter. Like, if you like and have played a lot of Destiny, I don't think you're going to get into Destiny Rising and feel like, oh yeah, this is it. And a 5 bomb comes in from JW. He's trying to get Rhyme Stranger and he misses. Good try there, getting us to 136 on the week. It could certainly help us get well above. I forgot they changed that. Was going off of my username. Oh, so it does have the underscore. Okay. I was going to say, channels. Okay, let's try this. Yo, Alapark, thank you so much. Let me Okay, I got you. Hang on 1 second. Alan Park with a Prime and 35 months on Purple. Check those Twitch Primes. Hope you have a nice holiday. Glad to have you back. Filling my workday. Thank you, Alan Park. Solemn got bought. It was a long time ago. Unhide. There you go. You're good to go, Solemn. I think he was asking for it. I don't even remember what it was about. I think he even DM'd me and was like, yeah, I saw that. I had it coming. I think he literally DM'd me and was like, I had it coming. Rhyme Stranger says, I'm cursed. 4 or 5 bombs counts as 20, Porky. Just saying. Oh, JW talking smack to Pork Pie. He says, listen, I'm at 20, you know. Just saying. I like the new characters and abilities. And JW says, let's do another one. And another 5 bomb comes in as he tries to get Rhyme Stranger. And Rhyme Stranger dodges again. The petition is grabbing a lot of attention. Unfortunately, it will probably fall on deaf ears. I mean, I don't think it'll fall totally on deaf ears. I think if they see clear and present demand for the product and the IP, I think that'll be a part of the internal discussions at PlayStation. Like, I don't think they're going to be like, yeah, no, we just don't care. It was after the Pro launch. I was semi-console warring, one of my weaknesses, and I did, in fact, message you. I was at least trying to stay cordial. 57 months from Ant Got No Games, and 10 bomb comes in from Terminal Stupidity, and he gets us to 153. And I owe you guys another member. We'll see if Rhyme Stranger snags one of these, and he doesn't. I don't think that YouTube's ever going to give us targeted because it just makes people go crazy. I think they like it. They like people playing roulette with gifteds. I think it's all part of their plan. You know what I'm saying, y'all? I mean, come on. They know what they're doing. They know. And Solemn comes back in as a member and bumps the line to 154. Thank you so much. We're 21 away from the next milestone of me owing you guys a member. I currently owe YouTube a member. Thank you very much. Solemn says, promise kept. I appreciate it, Solemn. Thanks for jumping back in. Let me see if I can get your chat history. Hang on. Let's see what the last thing he said in the channel was. Let's see if I can actually go back that far and find it. He said, we were talking about the future of open world games. What do you think I'm taking the word of Redditors in the comment section? I base it off of articles and people covering it. Said that they disagree with it, and because it wasn't just the one guy, I decided not to support them. Well, the reason I said I wasn't buying Yote before was because they did fire the one guy. I don't even remember. Oh, we got some more coming in. Another 10 bomb from Terminal Stupidity and a 5 bomb from Ant Got No Games. And we are at 169 and a 10 bomb from JW. It's a heck of a member train right now. They're trying to get him. They're trying to get Rhyme Stranger, and he's maintaining Stranger status. To me, Returnal was the best game that came from the PlayStation generation. I love Saros. I have no idea why it's getting hate. Because there's no other way for some people to make content, brother. It's a great game with a great story. And if people read, The King in Yellow, they would understand. Media literacy is at an all-time low. And thank you so much, Minster, for using a Prime over there on Purple and nudging us to 180, perfectly lining up. A 20 bomb to 200 will be double our daily, quota, which is great after a week off. And a single comes in from Kat. She had the idea, but a little stream delay and a Prime on Twitch. JW says, Porky, send help. Pork Pie might be gone for the day. It was politics stuff, my other weakness. You're fine, Solemn. I was part of another petition for a game that got canceled. It got over 500,000 signatures, and the publisher acknowledged it, but basically said, well, that's nice, nothing's happening. What was it? Was that Anthem? Was it Anthem? And a 10 bomb comes in from Terminal Stupidity and gets us to 191. And Rhyme Stranger dodges once again. Was it Anthem? Listen, man, I liked Anthem. I did. I thought Anthem got a raw deal. I thought it got a raw deal. It really did. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair what happened to Anthem. If they could repurpose, especially the Ranger, right? If they could repurpose the move set of the Ranger, you've got yourself an Iron Man game right there. It's just there for the taking. It's just right there. It's like somebody listen. I am not advocating theft, but it's just, can somebody just go in there and steal the move set for the Ranger from Anthem? And a 5-bomb comes in from JW and gets us a 196, and Rhyme Stranger continues to dodge an AC Gaming with 24 months of memberships. That's a red badge. Thank you so much, AC Gaming. Now it seems personal. Well, the problem is you just enabled it. So it's going to take a minute. Other people were in line, basically. It's based off of engagement with the channel. Jay White, 48 months. 24 is a lot, but 48 months is more, and that's a new badge for Jay White. Thank you, sir. That's a lot of support, man. That is greatly appreciated. Lono's channel is one of the only channels I use it for unless I'm getting drops. That's understandable. Happy to see Karma won out and that you prevailed, says Ghostwood. Bungie has finally harvested the poison seeds that they've sown for years. And a 5-bomb comes in from Broken Earth and gets us to 203. Quite the member train for our first day back. I appreciate that, Ghostwood. I am not really taking the posture of like, I won and I lived, right? Like, unfortunately, this is going to end up hurting a lot of people that had nothing to do with me, just employees and players and creators. So that's kind of the bummer, is the leadership ends up getting to kind of walk away. Yeah, I don't know. I am trying to be a peacemaker. It takes great effort. It takes great effort, and it's not of my own doing to try to be peaceful and not vengeful about this. Solemn says, I'll try out a little more Destiny Rising over the next Destiny 2 update. There are a few things I like about it. It has some negatives, but it's a fun little experience from time to time. Been watching you since 2019. Been a heck of a journey. I mean, I appreciate that support, man. I do. I appreciate that support. Spread the word, dude. Spread the word. We're back up. I want the word spread. We've been back on Twitch for a little over a year now, and yeah. Privately Lono is probably like F them. No, I think even internally, I'm actually very much aligned in. I'm just at peace with a lot of it. Like I genuinely mean that. Like I don't say that to appear like better than other people or something. Like I worked very hard over the years, and it was not easy to just be at peace with all of it. And I've, as far as it's concerned with me, right, I'm trying to be at peace with other people and forgive. And now that's obviously a one-sided, I think there's one-sided forgiveness where like, people aren't admitting that they lied and did things that were wrong. And yet I can still be like, I'm not going to sit here and hold a grudge. I would still love it for people to do the right thing, correct the record, admit things that were said that weren't true, admit things went way too far and that it was unjust, and that, bad things were done in the background, and they know what they did, and they know what they've covered up, and that's something they have to live with. I don't have to live with that. I've made my peace with it, and it took a long time. It wasn't easy. There were years where I waffled back and forth between, pretty angry and vengeful spirit about it, and that's just not a right way to live. Which, that's just part of the process and the journey when you go through something like that, I think. Can't wait to move into Summer Game Fest season. Oh, it's right around the corner, dude. We got so many good things coming, dude. Like, We get to play some James Bond tomorrow. GTA 6 marketing will spin up any day now, and we are entering into showcase season. You know, we got State of Plays, we got Game Fest, we got the Gears of War Direct. I promise I'm not an alt. I mean, you're on an account that's 17 years old. I think your problem is it doesn't look like you've engaged with the channel much until today. Maybe you just did a lot of lurking and not a lot of chatting. Stephen Kaplan says, I just want to say thank you for your openness about how therapy helped you. It removed the stigma for myself. It allowed me to seek help. I'm a better person because of your transparency. I mean, listen, I unfortunately think that, you know, that's a huge problem, is that there's a stigma against therapy. And I think the real thing, one of the real, I think, damnable things about what happened back then is I got confronted on how I was living, changed, got into therapy in 2018, and by the time 2020 rolls around, I'm very much a different person, and that's when they came for me. And it's like, we should have been celebrating, you know, confronting, you know, behavior that was inappropriate and correcting and healing. And instead, it was just a jealousy-driven hit job. And it's like we could have been celebrating the very thing that a lot of those people claimed to celebrate. And unfortunately, that's not what happened. A $5 super chat from Jack Garland. How many coming in 2026 games we got that don't have a hard date yet? I don't know. A lot. Yeah, there's a huge stigma, you know, about, you know, men needing therapy and getting help, and it's just unfortunate that, especially at a time right now where there's just a lot of damaged dudes out there that are just angry, and, you know, they think that's like a weak thing to go and get help. So I wasn't able to get on and hear anything you said about the ending of D2, but I stopped supporting anything Bungie after what happened to you. Well, I understand a lot of people felt that they couldn't continue with the game. It was very sullied for them. A lot of you guys wrote a lot of kind things back then because you really felt like it was wrong, and I appreciate the people that were willing to do that. There's no re-knitting the sweater. There's no going back. We know this. So yeah, me making peace with it and not holding grudges and not being, petty and vengeful. That's more for like me and my family and my walk and my faith than for somebody else. Like, I don't really do it for them. They've got to do what's best for them. I think what is best for them is for them to tell the truth, to confess. I think they should drag everything they did into the light and let it be known, and then they can heal, and it would do a lot. It would do a lot for me. I'm not holding to that. I don't have a lot of confidence that that'll ever happen. I don't pine for it or fight for it, but I would definitely be I don't know. I'd be definitely right there saying, hey, if somebody's willing to do this, then we need to, be gracious. I just realized who you are, says Teller Morrow. I don't know why it didn't dawn on me that you were saying no to Rage. I actually do remember the stuff around you now. I only heard of you back then, never saw your stuff. The fact that you were able to make yourself stronger as a person coming out of that is awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that. We don't orbit around it and focus on it, but I've always been willing to answer people's questions. I feel like it's fair to be like, what the heck happened? There is an episode that we hope can one day go out there. I sat down with some guys and they were very interested in what happened, and I think it'd be good for that to get out there if that ever happens. It's impossible for it not to come out and be a part of the coverage. I mean, when we're talking about Bungie and Destiny, like I said it in my show open, people will say, well, you're making this about you. Everybody's making this about themselves because we all have a different journey with Destiny and Bungie. Like, everybody is making this about them, and I think that's completely fine. I think it's totally fine to talk about, like, your memories of Destiny and your memories with the community and what the game means to you. Unfortunately, my history with the game and the company is very much hijacked by lies, misconduct, and injustice. And it's like, what are we supposed... I can't divorce that from the story. I can't rip that from the story. That's not being true to me, and that's not being truthful. That's not being truthful. It's part of the story. It's part of my journey. And I'm not going to, like, tuck that under a rug somewhere, which I'm sure they would love for me to do that. I'm just not going to. I'll be resolute to the end on the truth and, what really happened. And, I was around back then. You've always been open about everything, which I believe is why this community, the community stuck with you. Thank you, Old Man Bacon. Lonely was arguably the top D2 streamer on Twitch when the crap hit the fan. Definitely made him a target. I never got deep into it because I feel like people often get railroaded on things, so I never really looked into it. I guess that's just why I never put the two together. I feel for him. There's such crap. That's such a crap hand to be dealt. Lona, did you talk about the MTech stuff? I don't even follow any of that. I don't. It was good that he finally, there's the video that he had on his channel that was just full of lies about me, finally took it down. Making money off of lies, I think, is indefensible. I don't think videos like that should stay up once claims have been proven to be false, or there's another side to the story. You should either cover both sides and let the public decide, or don't cover it. But that video's down now. I don't know what he's doing or what's happening, but, I saw somebody say something like he had taken a bunch of his content down. I was like, what? And so I went to his channel, and that video is no longer up. Did you see the updates about Warhammer? No, I did not. I'm an old gamer, says AJ Greco, and I only play Destiny. No Destiny, then no need to buy a PlayStation 6. Sony double lost. I mean, I hear where you're coming from. If that's really the only thing, Didn't he join the chat once? Not after it all went down, no. He put up a second video. I DM'd him and asked him to take it down. I should have been like, you should take down the first video as well. He should have taken down both. He should have taken down both. I've said this before. The only person who handled that situation with integrity was Astacross. Once Astacross realized there was two sides to the story, he took his video down about it, and he just moved on. He was like, not talking about it. I thought that was respectable. A bunch of people covered it, made a bunch of money covering it, and never covered my side, which I think is a form of malpractice. Like, that's journalistic malpractice. You don't have to be a journalist to have some integrity. If you're going to cover one side, cover both. You want to make money on claims? Those claims should be vetted. They should be backed by evidence. If they've been falsified, if they've been proven to be incorrect, exaggerated, or made up, I think that should be corrected. I think it's a pretty serious thing to do to a person. I think people with platforms should really consider that, You can use your platform, your YouTube channel, your Twitter, to hurt another person, I think people should really consider the weight of that and what it does to the person, what it does to their mental health, their family, their well-being. I think a lot of that should have been weighed and should have been measured by people that knew full well what they were doing. I think they really should have measured it and tried to handle it in a much better and more professional way than they did. Creature says he should have made a video about him being caught in a Discord where they were soliciting and trading nudes. If not, sit down and shut the F up. There was a lot of hypocrisy. If you only knew, if you guys only knew the depth of what some of those dudes have done, and their self-righteousness is a bit of a tell. But that's between them and the man upstairs, and I'm gonna side with him. It's not my job. It's not my responsibility. It's not my jurisdiction. The thing I can't understand is they said they can't afford to make Destiny 3, and yet they can afford to make Marathon Yuck instead of Destiny 3. Well, here's the thing with Destiny 3 you got to understand, though, with like budgeting. You have to essentially pay for 4 to 6 years of development while you take people off of Destiny 2, which is where most of your money comes from. So there's two costs there. There's the opportunity cost, there's the revenue cost of like you're not doing stuff with Destiny 2, right? And then there's the actual cost of you got to pay to build all this stuff. You're getting hit from both sides there. That's why it's so expensive for them to pursue a Destiny 3. So I was watching MBG over the weekend. He's going through the whole thing you do with others personally attacking him. The best advice I can give to anybody in that situation is and this is the hardest part about it, is you can't give it oxygen, which is very difficult. Every instinct in you is to give it oxygen and defend yourself. It's a fundamental waste of time. It's like you see people in movies and stuff like where they're in like the quicksand, or I think it's in like Harry Potter where they're like in the roots or whatever. And the more they strain and struggle, the more they suffocate. And when they were just relaxed, they like fall through. It's kind of like that. Like you have to resist the instinctive urge to be like, no, like you want to defend yourself. And it's just like, you just can't. It's a waste. It's a waste of energy and time. Yo, it's good, Nuclear Guy. How are you? Man, been following me since 2016. That is a long time. Yeah, Devil Snare. Yeah. It's like, that's literally what it is. Someone said a long time ago, if you don't know what you will do for money, you better know what you will not do for money. That's right. Sony needs to make money off Marathon before another Destiny is even considered, unfortunately. I mean, I think the issue with Marathon is, do they put it on like a trajectory of, listen, we'll shrink down bandwidth and money and investment, and we'll play the long game here. Do we play the long game? Do we slowly build it and lose money for, a while on it? I just don't know. They're going to have to figure out a way. I don't think they can kill it. They can't, but PlayStation cannot be in view of the public again. They can't be out there in view of the public one more time killing a live service game. They can't do it. So they've got to give it a go. It's new. It's got a team. They've got feedback. There's a part of me that wonders, has the Marathon team been fighting for their life? I'm not saying that flippantly. Like, have they been fighting for their life? Have they been saying, listen, everything's hitting the fan in June. We need to show that we've got the gumption and the drive to just keep working on this thing and make it impossible for PlayStation to shut it down. Like, if they're fighting for their life. It's like, well, if we do this, it makes it really, really hard for PlayStation to kill it, because people will be like, man, those guys were doing work. They had updates. They had plans, and you killed it? Like, yeah, you look at the player numbers and you think, golly, I mean, you can't be generating enough revenue to justify this. I stand by that. I don't think the game generates enough revenue to justify its existence. It just doesn't. But I also think PlayStation is in a bit of a catch-22. They cannot walk out and go, yep, another live service game. Dead. And listen, high guard's not their responsibility, but high guard's in the frame, whether you like it or not. Because Concord is an embarrassment. That's a blemish. All their live service games are going to have to reckon with that blemish. Every time they launch a live service games, people are going to be like, is this another Concord? And guess what they also get to say? Is this another High Guard? And PlayStation has to basically fight against that. Because if you want future live service games to have even a chance of people caring, well, you can't kill Concord. I'm sorry, you can't kill Marathon. You can't. You can't pull another Concord, is what I should have said. And so I think the Marathon team's fighting for their life. I think they're like, listen, we need to make this impossible for PlayStation to shut us down. Show determination and grit and a plan. I think as long as that's happening, Marathon gets to live. The bigger question about Marathon living or dying isn't really about the team's commitment or the content that they deliver. It's about whether or not the player base is even remotely sustainable. Astros is one of my favorite streamers. I gained a lot of respect for him taking his video down. Yeah, it was a risk. It put a target on him. And they targeted him weeks later. I don't know if you guys remember this or not. That same group went after him with a bunch of bogus claims about him breaking NDA, and they were trying to cancel him. It put a target on him, which is why I've never even tried to pursue having him on and doing a show with him, because I think that the Destiny audience is just there's too many of them that are just convinced to their core that I'm the devil, and it's it would just be very, very damaging to him. It hurt him enough back then. I'm glad he took over the directory. I'm glad he's where he is. It's deserved. Good for him, good for his family. That's a man of character. That's a man of integrity. There aren't a lot of those these days. And I think he's reaping those benefits. He is. And I can just from a distance cheer for him and be like, good for you, bro. Good for you. $5 super chat from Crowd of One. D2 had a lot of cosmetics for stuff. Marathon's awful. I don't see how Marathon makes money. Fair point. They're going to have to evaluate how they monetize it, because I think the cosmetics are awful. The cosmetics are awful. They're shaders. They're shaders. I'm sorry. I don't want to turn this into let's bash Marathon, but for real, come on. Listen. When Marathon came out and they did their thing, and then their alpha, and then the delay and the stolen art, and then they did their server slam, and they did their launch. I haven't missed a shot yet. I said, not enough. Not good onboarding. Most unwelcoming game ever. Needs PvE. I also said, not letting us create our own character and not having really cool cosmetics was going to be a problem, because you don't feel like you're in the game. You're picking a runner, and then the runner has to look a certain way because it's part and parcel to the game. It's I need to know that is I don't even know any of the frickin' names. Triage. Well, I said that would be a problem, because look at the cosmetics. They're shaders. You gonna sell shaders? That's what they are. Because they need to look like the runner. The runner can't suddenly look like something else. You can go play Destiny, and a hunter can look like they just got done killing a dinosaur and they put the bones on their body, but they can also look like some futuristic, Tron-inspired stormtrooper. But when you play Marathon, it's a runner is a runner every time. that's a problem for your monetization. Because, like, what the frick are you going to buy? Purple? Blue? What are you going to sell people? Broken Earth with a $5 super chat. As much as we say they can't be spiking another live service game, if Marathon Season 2 doesn't pick up significantly, they may not have a choice. It won't be them. If the community just dwindles on their own, PlayStation didn't do it. That wouldn't be the headline. That wouldn't be the headline. The headline would be Marathon's player base has dwindled to nothing, despite all the best efforts. Like, do you see the difference? If PlayStation or Bungie walks out and says they're ceasing support for Marathon, what's that narrative? Right now, the narrative is they're ceasing support for a game that ran for 12 years. Okay? If you just count Destiny 2, it ran for 9 years before they made this announcement. Okay? That's not a terrible headline. But you can't walk out and be like, yeah, Marathon didn't even make it to Season 2. Already getting killed and deprecated by PlayStation. You can't have that headline if you want any future live service games to have a shot. They absolutely have to just let the game bleed out on its own. I've said this many, many times. Last year, when Bungie walked out and they did their showcase, they shot Marathon in the gut. It's been bleeding ever since. It's been dead. That's the day the music died. That's the day. The day they did that showcase is like, yeah, this game's dead. No shot. Public's going to reject it. You're not going to get enough interest. You're not getting enough momentum. There will not be consumer inertia behind this thing. It's cooked. It right now is literally outside the morgue. Like, the vultures are circling. And PlayStation's like, we're not going to be the one to pull the trigger. We're not. We're not doing it. Nope. If it dies, it dies. Right? Dolph Lundgren, Rocky. If he dies, he dies. Like, if it dies, it dies. Like, that's Sony's looking at it like, we're not going to do it. We're not giving the public that headline. We're not giving the YouTube machine that thumbnail. No. We allocated a team. We allocated support. We let them do their thing and their experiments and their content, and it didn't work. It's not on us. That you can't blame us for that. Nobody's playing. Whose fault's that? We didn't kill it. It's like in Tommy Boy when he messes the door up and then he comes out and he pulls on the door and it falls off. He's like, what'd you do? Like, they're hoping that that's what happens. They're like, we hoping that everybody kind of like just watches this happen and play out, and they're like, oh, PlayStation didn't do it. Optics play a big part with these publicly facing companies. That's exactly right. That's why Lynn Tao said what she said in the shareholders meeting. They're playing a game. They're playing an optics game. The worst part about D2 cosmetics is that they all cost 15 to 20s for each armor set, and the majority of the exotic weapon cosmetics are never for Bright Dust. Yeah, I'm not super in tune with where cosmetics currently stand inside of Destiny, but I will say this. Before I stopped playing, I thought they handled the Eververse the best, but that was 5 years ago. Did you see Tassie's new tweet? No, I've been sitting here hanging out with y'all. What's he saying? On June 9th, everyone log in and buy as many Eververse items as possible. I should quote to it and be like, I would, but I mean, I can't. I mean, I would. I would go in there. I'd buy the whole store. I'd buy it up. That's my offer. That's my offer, Bungie. If you guys unban me, then I'll buy everything in the Eververse store that's purchasable. I will. Now, I'm gonna need you guys to help if this happens, because that's steep. We gotta crowdfund this, okay? We gotta crowdfund this. If I get unbanned, We buy everything in the Eververse store. You're banned from playing Destiny 2, not from buying silver. That's actually true. That's actually true. I can just go buy a bunch of silver. Oh, careful. They're going to refresh it daily. No. Just that one day. Right? I'm going to play it this time around. Did Paul not make articles about how much worse the Eververse got? I think he might be joking. I think he's being a little silly. I don't necessarily think he's. I don't know. Lono starts doing D2 silver giveaways. Yeah. Lono single-handedly saves D2. No. I can't like get into a headspace of what I would be doing right now if everything had gone differently. You know what I mean? Like, I honestly don't know. I don't know what we would have been doing. I know for a fact we obviously saw the writing on the wall even when I was still covering Destiny. You know, from the middle of 2020 into 2021, we were setting me up for variety coverage. We had a second channel. We had an updates channel. Like, we had like multiple avenues of pivot because I think we knew over time we're just going to have to do this. We're just going to have to slowly, you know, diversify. We just sadly had to do it very, very fast. You know, they're trying to get Moist Critical to help with the D2 petition. I think I say you first. Show me your receipts, then I would consider it. Cat. You played Destiny from jump. You've never purchased anything for silver. Armor sets are generally $20 now. Exotic ornaments, $7. Ships and stuff are $12. Exotic emotes, either 10 or 15. I forget. You had to pivot in 5 minutes. Yeah, it was, you know, it was a nightmare scenario. We had rebuilt in about 7 months, and we were kind of back on pace. We were back where we kind of wanted to go. And sadly, you know, that was a bigger setback. I spent way too much on Destiny 2 microtransactions. I'm ashamed, honestly. Hundreds, maybe thousands. They aren't cheap. They should have made them at least $10 each. No one wants to pay a huge chunk of money for cosmetic armor. Well, it's like late stage monetization. 80JC. It's late stage monetization. It's like once you get to that late stage, you're gonna squeeze your whales. I'm not defending it. I'm simply telling you that's what they did. I mean, that's what they did. They got to the end and they were like, well, just keep squeezing the whales. They weren't concerned about, like, if you're being... listen, they know they're in their death throes, and they're not worried about you being economical. Does that make sense? Like, you're being economical. You're like, well, I would spend if it was this, or I'm going to do this much, or whatever, you know, whatever it is that you use to determine how much you spend and when you spend. They're not concerned about you. They're in the late stages of the game. They're going to go with late stage monetization strategy, which is squeeze the whales. I've been playing Destiny since D1 Alpha, and I bought exactly 0 silver. I get they want to make a profit, but there should have been more rationale. At this moment, they're trying to milk the game as much as they can. Spent at least 200 silver over the past 3 years. I still have silver on my account. I still do. I didn't get to spend it. It's just sitting there. Stephen Kaplan says, they nuked the community hub for feedback when they banned you. They did irreparable damage to the community in that moment. Cross and others did an okay job of carrying the torch, but it wasn't the same. I mean, I remember when there was like a 2-week period where I didn't stream, and then we started streaming on YouTube, and you could literally watch numbers in that directory drop when we did. Like, we went and looked. Like, we used Twitch Tracker, and I remember being like, oh, dang. Like, there were a couple folks that, like, were able to just, you know, be at the top, and their viewership got cut in half because it was like, everyone's like, oh, it's like a Morpheus is fighting Neo scenario. It's like, oh, Senator Rage is streaming. He's over here now. He's still doing his thing. And it was like, we just pivoted to YouTube. You know, it was a really, really good centrifuge of feedback and questions and insight. The CMs were in the chat pretty much every day. So I remember you were taking off in such a way that people thought you were about to be the next big blow up star. Yep. We broke every record that my channel had, and then 14 days later they took me out. And if you listen to one of them talk about it, they said, we've been talking about this for about 2 weeks. They were literally discussing it and planning it because 2 weeks prior I was, you know, being boastful and prideful and celebrated breaking every single record on my channel in one day. We had the highest viewers I had ever had. We had the most subs I had ever had. It was absurd. So, yep. Those 2 weeks getting an onslaught of emails, me calling you a dummy. Yeah, Creature's like, just dust yourself off and start streaming again. I was like, what? I bought plenty of silver over 7,000 hours. I literally owe them money for my $1 an hour rule. Oh, yeah. I mean, the thousands of hours that some of you guys have spent in the game, you know, if you spend a decent amount of silver over the years, you're probably still in the better end of it all. You got a lot of people, you know, and that's the thing I think that I was pushing back on earlier. Okay, can I start this? Okay, I do have a 5-minute, I have a 5-minute ad read. So we were running a channel skin for Subnautica 2, and I don't know if you guys have seen it. Subnautica 2 has been absolutely blowing up. And this segment is sponsored by Unknown Worlds. So they've got an all-new story. And it says here, you are a pioneer traveling to a distant world, but something is amiss. The ship's AI insists that you carry on the mission. The world is too dangerous for humans to survive unless you change what it means to be human. What creatures, intelligent or otherwise, await your arrival. Now, you can play alone, you guys know me, or up to 3 friends in online multiplayer co-op. Whether exploring mysterious ruins, building customer bases, or adventuring deeper into the world, the challenge of this planet will test your ingenuity and ability to adapt in unexpected and curious ways. Now, it is a survival game. It says here, survival depends on utilizing the right tools alongside basic items such as your scanner and flashlight. You'll find recipes for more advanced tools, equipment, and submersibles. Bases are more customizable with an overhauled building system. New tools allow for greater adaptation to the world. Madam and I enjoyed Pal World for like a really long time. And we also enjoyed, there was another game, what was it? Satisfactory for a while. If and when this comes to consoles, I could see us maybe taking a crack at this. They say from towering underwater cliffs to lush coral fields, This aquatic alien world is brimming with vibrant and breathtaking biomes, each teeming with diverse ecosystems and unique creatures. But something isn't right. The world is out of balance. What happened here? What happened to you? And more importantly, where are you? Uncover a rich world full of mysterious life forms, from the smallest fish to the largest leviathans. You can scan creatures to learn more about them and take samples for study. As you learn more about the world, you can evolve your genetics to adapt your body for survival. So it's more than just like survival of like get stuff, put stuff on like outfit, but like actually adapting your own genetics. That's actually kind of cool. This world is vast and deep. Venture beyond the safety of shallow waters, descending into a dark unknown. Wonder and danger lurks around every corner. To survive this planet, you will need to push beyond your boundaries and unlock the secrets of this strange world. So, again, this is a segment sponsored by Unknown Worlds. This is something that we get to take advantage of on Twitch with sponsorships. So, there are many ways to enjoy the game. They want to make sure that you guys know there's lots of different play styles. So, this is not like a strict game where you can only play in one particular way. I happen to like that. Madam and I have played games like this before, and one of the things we do like is when we can kind of play it in our own way and at our own pace. Early access, they do want this to be emphasized though. Early access is because they really value player feedback. So that is incredibly important at this stage, especially given their player numbers. I don't know if you guys saw on Steam charts, just absurdly successful, and we want to throw our support behind a game like this. We kind of all saw the news cycle and some of the nonsense that was going on, so it's good to see the game getting hefty support from the gaming community. And so early access is where the game is currently at. And you guys know me, I'm a big proponent of early access. I think early access is a great way for developers and gamers to form a symbiotic relationship. So there is, though, a realistic struggle of exploration and survival. It will make the game, intriguing if that's what you're looking for. Now, the new co-op feature, though, is a fresh addition to the beloved solo play. So Subnautica up to now, obviously people are, have been enjoying it. Adding that co-op is great. And there is, a way to approach the game in a more beginner-friendly way, if that is something that you're looking to get into. So you can check out Subnautica 2 in early access right now on Steam. And again, they've been kind of crushing it, if you guys have seen those player numbers. I'm kind of interested in how it's doing. Subnautica 2 Steam. Currently on Steam, it has a 93%. So excellent for them. To see an early access game with such a strong score, that is just such an endorsement. That really is. That's such an endorsement for people to check the game out. So thank you again to Unknown Worlds for sponsoring this segment. And you guys, if you've been watching, you got drops and stuff from that channel Skin, and you can use those drops in the game. Nova with 53 months says, I watched the Datto reaction and it made me realize that you pivoted at a good time. Even if it was forced, you can sail smoothly through this now. Well, I appreciate that, Nova. And, I saw the clip, and I think that was where... I think, honestly, that was the clip that made me realize I just didn't feel anything about this. Like, it wasn't going to impact me in an emotional way or a significant way. It just wasn't going to. I was just kind of like, yeah. Like, I don't even know if at the time would I have had that strong of a response, I just don't know if I was still covering the game, because I think in my heart of hearts, covering it up to this point, I would have known this day was coming. I speak fluent Bungie. Like, I would have known where the road was leading, so it wouldn't have taken me by surprise. I don't think I would have had an emotional reaction, because I think I would have been very prepared for it. And I also think there would have been a significant divide over the years that would have happened between just me and Bungie in the game. Like, if I was still able to play, but everything still played out the way that it did, with Bungie, seeing to it that I lost my Twitch account. That I got back when someone disconnected from the scenario actually looked into it. It's funny how that works. But even then, I still think I would have gotten very distant with the whole thing. I would have felt very detached because, the damage was done. It was like, I don't think I ever would have felt that fondly about the game, the studio, or the community ever again. So you would have had a lot more money to soak any tears you might have had. Well, yeah, if I wouldn't have lost the Twitch channel, it'd have been a very different scenario. Yeah, it'd have been a very different outcome. What if this is a 1000 IQ play by Bungie? I doubt it, but you never know. I'm not sure what you mean. If you guys have not hit the like button yet on YouTube, do me a favor and do that. We've had a great, nice, strong first day back. We have doubled daily quota. Let's see if we can't keep that energy for the rest of the week. We'll do another stretch, and we'll do another Saturday where Madam will continue her journey with Destiny 1. If you guys have not been watching that, that's been really, really enjoyable. I tell you what we could do this week too with Stretch. I can set up a second second PlayStation, and I can play with her this Saturday. I think that would be fun, because I'm not banned in Destiny 1. I can play Destiny 1. So yeah, I don't think D3 is coming too expensive. It's really going to come down to PlayStation and can they crunch the numbers and come to a decision. And a 10 bomb comes in from Broken Earth, just continuing to make it a very strong first week back, well ahead of pace. We could be looking at Madam and I playing Destiny together this Saturday, and 2:15, there it is. He rounds us out and wants to maybe see another 10 bomb to the 225. I think I would then owe you guys 3 total members. So thank you so much for doing that. Lono, the 1000 IQ Bungie play is canceled D2 so players rally and log back in, buy silver, and that convinces Sony to say Bungie, but that's a stretch. Blarg says, hindsight's 2020, my friend. I think you still had your massive community. You may not have cried, but did feel like you still would be upset if it was your only source. But it wouldn't have been my only source. We knew. I remember when we were... And Pork Pie comes in with the 10 bomb and lands it on 225. Thank you, Pork Pie. We were already... I was already, before I got banned off of Twitch, I was already making moves to diversify my income. I had an agent... I was getting shoutcasting opportunities. I was getting deeper into hosting opportunities. I got to host Main Stage E3 2019. I got to shoutcast multiple Fortnite tournaments at a professional level. My agent was switching to a larger, more esports driven organization, and she wasn't bringing everybody with her, but she was bringing me with her because she was like, she told me, she was like, we're going places. She's like, you're coming with me. So I had already diversified, my setup quite a bit. I was going to lean into, you remember, I launched the SNTR network, and I had Split Screen, which was an esports casting desk that I built. I had 2 other shows and segments that I had built that never saw the light of day. I spent quite a bit of money on that, but it just wasn't possible. All those things died because I was barely surviving and, trying to make ends meet. So I was already planning for the future where I did not want to be fully dependent upon Destiny. So, yeah. Plans were already set in motion. So, it's been so long, I couldn't remember everything you were doing. No hate. Yeah, I didn't take it as hate. A lot of people didn't know. Excuse me. A lot of people didn't know that that's what I was doing. Like, I was making those moves with my agent and with shoutcasting and hosting, as well as the SNTR network and split screen. I was making those moves, basically preparing for a future where I could do more than just cover one game. Because I knew that was a bad idea. It was like, everybody I was watching in the content creation space, they all did that. They would get to a point where their main game sort of put them into a position where they could diversify, and then they would diversify because they were essentially preparing for, what if this game, isn't around, or what if this game, doesn't make it, those types of things. You never know. You never know how long something's going to last. So, T-Funk, can I say Destiny is dead now? Not yet, because it's not. It's not dead yet. They're going to do their whole, moments of triumph or whatever they're calling it. Is there a future where you do some shoutcasting? I don't know. I enjoy it. It's fun, but, T-Funk says, okay, BRB back. You'll be back in 2 weeks. Okay. Don't forget to like and share the stream, y'all. Thank you so much, Rhyme Stranger. Yeah, Rhyme Stranger continuing to dodge. Continuing to dodge the gifted members. Monuments, that's it. Monuments of Triumph. Sorry, not moments. Monuments of Triumph. Yeah, we need 4 more likes on YouTube. And I currently owe YouTube 3 3. Yeah, I owe you guys 3. I've been kind of waiting until I owe a 5 bomb. So we would need to get to 275. So we're 50 away. A 50 bomb would do it. But we haven't had one of those in a while. And then I would owe a 5. I do 1 gifted every 25. So you guys have already pushed it pretty far today. And I already paid up a 5 bomb to YouTube. Purple hanging in there. Thank you for everybody who used their primes over there today. Kino Mansky submitted a question. Do you think content vaulting killed in the long term new players onboarding? I was interested on playing D2 in 2022, but when I found out a big part of the campaign was delisted, I couldn't. Is Unc on TikTok? No, we tried streaming over there for a while. It just didn't seem worth it. It was very distracting to set up, and I couldn't see the chat very well because it's like I have chat here, here, and here. I have Discord, YouTube, and Twitch, and then like I'd have to put the phone up here and look at the phone. It just there wasn't a good conceivable way to like look at chat. The people that stream over there and do well, that's like the place they're streaming, unless you're like Ninja and you just stream everywhere. And it doesn't really matter if you're, him engaging with chat's not really part of the package. It's just like, not as necessary. A $5 super chat from Mike on a mic. Bungie literally ran around the industry from Microsoft to ABK like the Traveler ran from the Witness in D2. Now they're cornered and can't run anymore. Yeah. But to go back to the question, sorry. I do think that the content vaulting probably hurt onboarding. So did their focus on doing the portal. I think those things 100% hurt onboarding because it's like you're like, what am I stepping into here? It's almost like trying to get into a show and skipping the first, season or something. Bungie's 1000 IQ plays are spent. They took Microsoft for a ride, took Activision for a ride. They're still making out like a bandit. But when it's all said and done, Sony takes them for a ride. Porter removed all exploration. Well, the romance is gone. So, like, did you guys watch Madam? Go watch Madam play through Destiny 1. We did 2 different streams of it, right? There's 2 different streams on the channel of Madam playing through Destiny 1. And it's remarkable to me how much better that onboarding is. It's just better. I don't know. It's like there's a story, there's a sense of progression, there's a sense of like slowly, getting more of your powers, and I don't know. I just think it just flows better. There's more of a romance. And Destiny 2 turned into welcome to Destiny, follow the exclamation points. Welcome to Destiny, follow the little symbol. And I think that hurt him over time. I think it hurt him because it became so content focused that there was nothing about it that was winsome. There was nothing about it that could like win you over. It was wait, did we actually switch? Did it? We did. It's very interesting. A $5 super chat from Broken Earth. I literally had emotional reaction seeing the director coming back to the game. I saw it in the twid. I said to myself, hello there, old friend. Not to mention the story and the seasonal content that's just gone on top. And Hellfire says, frick, with 43 months. Welcome back, Hellfire. The content monetization is what kept me from coming back. It was $200 just to play the content. I'm out of loop. Stop playing after Lightfall. What's the Portal? So the Portal basically made the game kind of feel like a mobile game. It was basically like you interacted with the game through a menu. It was like, do you want to go run strikes? You click on strikes. Do you want to do this? And you click on it. It was basically like opening up those mobile games where like everything is in like a menu / hub. Like, it didn't feel like a living world anymore. It was really, really strange. Like, it was a very strange decision. It was even more strange when we learned through I think it was like an older GDC thing, that like a talk where they admitted that was a bad idea. I think that was the most alarming thing about it. It was like, who the heck's in charge? Like, who the heck is in charge if like this is what you guys, are doing? It was very weird. It was like they who's in charge that allowed this to happen if you guys already internally knew this was a bad idea? I don't know. It was very, very strange. Portal was a DVD menu. Yeah, or COD like those games that just have no soul. It's just like this HQ. Where do you want to go? There's no soul. There's no sense of space anymore. I talked about this. It's interesting to see people using expressions about, people are losing their third space. And it's really interesting because I was saying that about Arc Raiders. I was saying, listen, the reason Arc Raiders is being so successful is it gave people a third space. It gave them this sense of like, this is where I go, this is what I do. And I said, I think if you can't capture that idea with your live service game, I think you're missing the magic. You're missing the secret recipe. And I think that's why people are taking this so hard, because it's like, well, yeah, it's over. It's over. Even if you want to do Monuments of Triumph and take part and do all the things, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because there's nothing after. That's why I think people are being a little bit more like, I don't think people are being melodramatic. I would say they're being a little dramatic, but it's because they're like, well, what's the point? There's nothing on the other side of this. And I think that's harder for people to feel that sense of like, I'm gonna play and I'm gonna do all the things and all the grind, if basically you're like, on the other side of it is nothing. I get it. I get why people are, disappointed. So, I do think that's going to do it for me today, though. Almost a 4-hour stream. We usually go around 4. Sometimes we go longer. I'm not sure what tomorrow is going to be about. I don't know if the GTA 6 trailer thing is credible, even though he was the guy that debunked the Best Buy thing. I still think Rockstar is going to hold off. But we can also play the new 007 game tomorrow. There's plenty to talk about, though. There's other things that happened while I was gone that are worth discussing. The PlayStation State of Play got announced, and there was some other happenings and some other developments. So as you guys have followed me today, a lot of new followers over there on Purple. A great reason to sub to the channel on Purple is that you'll never see ads, but you also get to come to the green room, and we do that in the Discord. Great reason to become a member on YouTube is because of the green room. You get to not have your day end. So if you want to support directly, it's $5 a month. It goes a long way when a lot of you do that. We've been trying to get more and more people picking up their own memberships. So you can click join on YouTube or sub on Purple, and then you can come into the Discord and you can listen to the green room discussion about the next day's coverage. So yeah, green room's been back for a while now, and we do that in the Discord. So you can use the Discord command. Over here on Purple, I remember when we were the main chick and not the side chick. I mean, take that up with the people that got me banned, bro. I was off the platform for 4 years and 9 months, T-Funk. Anyways, appreciate you guys and the warm welcome back. Thank you so much. Now we're the other people. Hey, you guys could change that. You know, you could change that. Spread the word. You know, Lono's streaming on Purple full time and doing the same basic show that we always did. It's just not about one game anymore. So, appreciate y'all. And, yeah, make sure you have notifications and stuff turned on. And we'll see you tomorrow. And if you can go into the Discord, we'll continue hanging out with you and seeing you. So, thanks again. Hit like and follow and all the things on the way out. Thanks for all of the subs, the gifts, the super chats. So much support today. We really appreciate it. All right. I'll see you guys in the green room. If I don't see you in the green room, I'll see you tomorrow.